Trustee Chen Lao?
Here.
Trustee Gibson?
Here.
Trustee Kwong?
Here.
Trustee Martin? Trustee Osterling?
Here.
Trustee Silver?
Here.
Trustee Wong?
Here.
Student Trustee Chan?
Public comment on closed session agenda items?
We have one public comment on closed session agenda items. The public comment comes from Dr. Bernardo. You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening to the board. Well, that was quite an email we all got on Monday from a person who has had many negative personal experiences with Dr. Erica Androjonas. What it said was that Androjonas' mismanagement of LAVC left the trustees of LACCD with a lawsuit worth, I think the number he used was $20 million. There was also a $2.9 million lawsuit jury award to a former employee of LAVC because of retaliation by Androjonas and her admin when the employee requested disability accommodations. This sounds familiar to me. During the time of the pandemic, many faculty members at PCC were telling me about their insane struggles during an infectious worldwide pandemic and being granted disability for risk factors widely publicized by CDC as negatively positioned to suffer greater illness, morbidity, and mortality from contracting COVID. One particular colleague talked to me about his difficulty in even getting HR under Blazinski to take his request for remote learning assignments seriously, even though the CDC has long known and publicized the fact that deaths from COVID in people over the age of 65 are 97 times higher than the number of deaths in people aged 18 to 29 years. Needless to say, faculty finding difficulty getting their legitimate accommodations requests approved were adjuncts in particular. Story after story after story found its way to me, and all I could do was listen and commiserate. That lit a fire of righteous anger in me that an admin could be so callous, so disrespectful, and so indifferent to human suffering, yet there it is. This is the way it is under Bob Blazinski and Erica Androjonas at the top here at PCC. This is the way it has been. This is the way it will continue to be at PCC if you do not put a stop to it. This reign of terror at the very highest levels of PCC has got to end, whether it's in June 2024 when her contract is set to expire, or before that if you decide to fire her for or without cause, and give her 30 days notice that she's no longer welcome to lead this institution. The decision is yours, but the suffering is ours. And this indifference toward human life that caused Blazinski under Androjonas' negotiations team just recently to leave $3 million of state-funded money for adjunct healthcare on the bargaining table. Not to mention FA has been grossly negligent for not fighting for every penny available for adjuncts. Adjuncts are not only treated as less than equal by the admin and full-time faculty here, we are treated as less than human. It is this indifference to human suffering we bear. FA must take a lot of the blame for this, for not fighting adequately. I believe that's legally called inadequate representation. When LACCD's union just secured adjunct health care at 100% for employees, their spouses, and dependents. All of this needs to be fixed. Only you can fix it, trustees. It starts by investigating Androjonas, terminating her contract, and starting anew with a much more positive influence at the top who doesn't view faculty as the enemy.
That concludes public comment on closed session agenda items.
The following are the closed session agenda items. Government Code 54957, Evaluation of Employee Superintendent President. Item 2, Government Code 54956.9, D1, Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, case Public Employee Relations Board case number LACA 6601E. 3, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Robert Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Resources. 4, Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, address possible satellite location 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California. District Negotiator Candace D. Jones, negotiating parties discussion only. 5, Government Code 54956.9 D1, pending litigation, case number 20STCV09245. 6, Government Code 54956.9, pending litigation, case number 23-STCV-05486, 7 Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Art History Instructor, 8 Government Code 54956.95, Liability Claims, Workers' Compensation, Claim number 582254, and Claim number 528105. And we're going to recess to closed session.
LA Conservancy, the USC School of Architecture will provide mentorships for students that will be interested in historical preservation as a career. This grant will also partner with dual enrollment, as we intend to bring dual enrollment classes to the park for tours. We hope that the new Mondays at Muir program will be a perfect fit. You will all get an official invitation, but please put May 20th on your calendar. At the annual La Laguna Play Date, we will officially acknowledge the Guild to the community and introduce our first interns, Lucas Frazier and Emma Jean Kopechny. You're all invited, not just to attend the event, but to participate in my grant. The more the merrier. I want again to thank the PCC Foundation for entrusting my team and Friends of La Laguna with this opportunity. Most importantly, I want to thank Dr. Andrew Jonas for her support, of her unyielding support for dual enrollment and her encouragement to be creative. All the high schools in our district will now have a unique opportunity, a unique educational opportunity. That is what is possible when you trust those that put the community first and allow PCC resources to meet the needs of our neighbors. Next comment. An update on dual enrollment. Today, Dean Torres-Retana, Carlos Castellon, and I met with the South Pasadena Unified School District Assistant Superintendent Christiane Gervais. South Pasadena has been very concerned about how adding winter session back to our calendar would affect dual enrollment. The meeting started with those concerns being expressed as obstacles to a successful partnership. By the end of the meeting, Dr. Torres-Retana and Mr. Castellon presented program options that made winter session an advantage rather than an obstacle to learning and programming. Again, the dual enrollment approach we take is one of boutique programming, and that makes it easier to solve problems, but also makes dual enrollment more like 9 separate programs rather than one unified service. We anticipate to have all our partners' winter schedules completed by the beginning of summer. We are working hard to get this done, but we definitely have made progress in easing the fears of how winter will affect our partnerships. I got it done.
Oh,
All right. Thank you so much.
thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. The next comment will come from Bill Hawkins.
Good evening, board members, President Andrew Jonas. I'm Bill Hawkins. I'm speaking to you this evening because I care about Pasadena City College. Over the years, I've given my time, money, and support to the college. But like many others today, I'm concerned about the direction and tactics of this board, which is led by Ms. Chen Lau. What also troubles me is that there is a small group of experienced and respected board members who have not challenged the overreaching by some of their colleagues. The College Management Association has clearly and very effectively identified various instances of board involvement that is outside of the board's purview and its mandated role. Jim Osterling, John Martin, Tammy Silver, your supporters, and I'm among them, don't want you to stand by and let Sandra Chen Lau and Christine Kwong take a wrecking ball to the leadership and reputation of Pasadena City College, and in the process, undo all the good work that you and others have accomplished over the years. The efforts by Board President Chen Lau to terminate the employment of College Superintendent Dr. Andrew Jonas is misguided and it is vindictive. Who is Sandra Chen Lau and why is she taking a wrecking ball to this venerable institution? Why is Sandra Chen Lau intent on undoing the work that you and others have accomplished over the years? Jim, Tammy, John, I'm urging you and your fellow trustees to challenge board overreach and the attacks on Superintendent Androjonis. Insist that the board play by the rules. Force issues into the open. Enough of this closed session cloak and dagger stuff. Your engagement is desperately needed. Your experience in leadership is essential. If you do what I'm encouraging you to do, I assure you that you and your like-minded colleagues will have the respect, admiration, and support of people throughout the entire district, not just your district, but the entire district. And you will have played a pivotal role in furthering the success of Pasadena City College and retaining President and Superintendent
Thank you.
Dr. Androjonis,
Thank you. Your time has expired.
an outstanding educator.
Thank you very much.
administrator, and leader.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment will come from Hoyt Hilsman.
I'm going to have our former president of PCC, state senator, and chancellor of the California Community College System join me today for my comments. So good evening, members of the board and superintendent president. I think this is the first time I've appeared up here. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm usually over there asking questions or just nodding. As a former trustee, let me just say at the outset that I deeply appreciate the service of all of you to the college and to the community. And I probably understand the challenges that you face more than most people. But tonight I'm presenting to the board a letter of concern from members of this community. I'm not going to read the whole letter, since I'm sure some of these issues will be covered in depth later this evening and in the coming weeks. But let me take a moment to have Jack Scott read the first few sentences of this letter.
Pasadena City College is a gem of higher education in our community. Soon to celebrate its 100th anniversary, PCC has served thousands of students in its 99 years of existence. The college has transferred students to four-year universities, provided certificates and associate degrees to occupations such as nursing and auto mechanics, and provided many relevant courses to thousands of adults. However, as citizens of the community, we become deeply concerned about some of the negative actions by the Board of Trustees of PCC. In fact, at a recent meeting of the Board of Trustees, the management team of the college presented a detailed 5-page report of their concerns to the trustees. Seldom, if ever, have I heard of administrators of a college feeling compelled to openly express concerns to community college trustees. We too, as citizens who love PCC, must simply express our concerns.
So let me take the last moment to read the signers so far of this letter in addition to Jack Scott. Bill Bogard, the former mayor of Pasadena. Jeff Baum, a former PCC trustee, president of the Board of Governors of California Community Colleges. Cynthia Kurtz, former city manager of the city of Pasadena. Alan Lamson, president of the PCC Faculty Retirees Association. Lonnie Shield, former president of the PCC Foundation. Bill Hawkins, former president of the PCC Foundation. John Furman, board member of the PCC Foundation, and I'm sure the list will go on in coming days. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. The next comment comes from Alan Lamson.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, president of the college. Some of the board members I know quite well. Some of you I know only by reputation. John Martin, the longest-serving member of the board, I recall when he first served on the board, I thought he was the student rep. He was so young-looking. He's matured a little bit over the years. Jim Osterling is the board member for the district in which I live. I have supported him and been very happy with his performance. Bill Hawking talked about being a longtime supporter of the college, but I go back a really long time. I was hired to teach English in 1968. Now, for those of you who do math very quickly, that's 55 years ago. I was hired when Armin Serafian was president of the college. I taught here for 36 years, and during the time that I was teaching English, I also served at the end of my career as president of the Academic Senate. And ordinarily, I'm looking out now at the large crowd. I remember there were many meetings that we had where very few people attended, so it's delighted to see so many students here. After Armin Serafian, we had two outstanding presidents, one of whom is here today, the distinguished Jack Scott, and following him, Jim Kostler. And between the two of them, there were 20 years of relative stability and growth at the college, even during economic hardship. So I come here today to speak to the issues similar to what Bill Hawkins was talking about. After some years of instability at the college with the hiring of a couple of presidents who were here for a short time and were urged out the door by the board, taking with them, I might say, a huge amount of money, which was kind of distressing. Finally, with the hiring of Erica Androjonis several years ago, it appeared that the years of instability were over and that the door to the president's office would seek to be no longer a revolving one. I served on the hiring committee along with many, many other people for the president. I can attest that Dr. Androjonis was by far the most outstanding candidate of the several who made the final cut.
My apologies, but your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Nearly perfect scores from all of those on the hiring committee. She's a seasoned administrator who came to the college.
I'm sorry, we try to give everybody 3 minutes equally.
Come on, sir. Respect the time for others.
She was delighted to be hired by the college and
Mr.
had
Lamson,
every
I'm sorry.
intention of staying for the remainder of her career. But then something
We need
happened
to provide time for others.
in the last year to again bring instability to the college. 3 new members of the board were hired, and they quickly formed a faction.
Thank you for your
with
comment.
board
The next
president
comment will
Brown
come from
as its
Teresa
leader.
Reed. I apologize,
This
but your time has
faction
expired.
became determined, for some reason,
Thank you, sir,
unknown
for your
to
comment.
me, sort of the elephant in the room.
Man,
Let me just finish by saying I have a modest proposal to make, and that is that Trustee Lau do what is best for the college, step away from the board
Thank you for your
to bring
comment.
about good governance.
The next comment
the
will come from
college.
Teresa Reed.
Guess the older you get, the less the time goes by.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes for your public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Androjonis. My name is Teresa Reed, and I'm the Director for Foster and Kinship Care Education, as well as the advisor for our STARS program, which is one of our foster youth support programs. And I am here this evening on behalf of our Super Director of EOPS Care and Foster Youth Programs, Tito, as you all know, but Carlos Artemiriano. And as a former foster youth and a former PCC student, it is a great honor for me to thank the Board of Trustees for acknowledging Foster Care Awareness Month, acknowledging the work of the foster youth team as well as the resilience of our students in foster care here at Pasadena City College with the Foster Care Month resolution. And we've been preparing since last year for activities for Foster Care Month, which is the month of May. And we wanted to take the time to make sure that we were sharing awareness and bringing awareness to the campus community on ways that they can support the educational success of students in foster care as well as foster resource parents. And so I wanted to share with you that the following activities are available, and I encourage you all to participate and to celebrate with us. The activities were listed in the VRC for you to sign up for. Sorry, the web link isn't quite as intuitive to find us, but through the VRC. But we have May 1st, we're doing a joint advisory committee between our foster parent programs and community partners and our foster youth support programs, which we do have 2 foster youth support programs on campus. On May 4th, we are doing we're calling a kickback for our students to celebrate a year-long journey through academics. And then on May 15th, we are hosting a foster youth ally training, and that is for those who are interested in knowing more about the struggles and working and engaging with students who've experienced foster care. On May 18th, we are doing a foster youth panel, hearing from students who have experienced foster care from their voices, their perspective, and sharing with the campus community ways that we can encourage and support students that are in foster care. May 20th, we're excited to host a conference here for 11th and 12th graders and foster parents called Turning Dreams to Degrees, where we are encouraging caregivers and foster youth to really pursue and embrace a college-going culture. And then our final event on May 23rd, here in the Quad and G1, we are hosting a resource fair for the campus community and for our students. So it's an opportunity for you to learn more about ways to support donations, involvement, volunteerism in supporting the work that we do for our students in foster care. We will also, we're excited, I'm not sure when they're gonna go up, but we will be putting banners in the Quad with our graduates for this year and their stories. And so we're really excited to see the resilience in those who've stayed the course and will be graduating this term.
Thank you very much.
So again, thank you to the campus community.
Thank you very much. Our final comment for non-agenda items will come from Shannon Margay. You have 3 minutes.
True story. Back in 1967, when PCC set up its academic senate, adjuncts were more like honored guests than faculty. According to the book Ghosts in the Classroom, quote, members of the business community were initially brought in to teach highly specialized classes that academic faculty could not teach. The remuneration offered for this was minimal. The business person was successful in his or her field and didn't need the money. Instead, the primary gain for their efforts was a certain amount of prestige. The adjunct phenomenon was thus born, unquote. So it made sense that when the Academic Senate wrote our bylaws in the 60s, adjuncts weren't included in typical faculty shared governance activities, such as voting and petitions, in Senate elections, referendums, amendments, etc. However, it's now 2023, and Senate bylaws have not yet been updated to allow adjunct participation, even though so much has changed. First, adjuncts are completely different. No longer outside business folks brought in to wear the hat of professor. We are faculty through and through, fully invested in serving students. Far from outsiders, seniority lists show that an average of 41% of PCC adjuncts have worked here for over 10 years and some for 15, 20, or more. We should be treated like faculty and included in faculty shared governance activities. California Ed Code agrees, stating, quote, part-time faculty should be considered to be an integral part of their departments and given all the rights normally afforded to full-time faculty in participation in department activities, end quote. Further, Ed Code ensures faculty, quote, the right to participate effectively in district and college governance, end quote. Note that it says faculty, not just full-time faculty. Our society has also changed. We now recognize how vital it is to celebrate all voices and how damaging it is to systematically exclude some groups. At PCC, we pride ourselves on the inclusion and full participation of all members of our community. It's time to bring our bylaws into alignment with our progressive values and join the many colleges that include adjuncts in various shared governance activities. I am confident that when we do, PCC will be stronger and more vibrant for it, and the experience for students will be that much richer. Disenfranchisement doesn't exist in a vacuum. Students can't thrive when about 50% of the faculty they depend on are marginalized. Adjuncts can't make this happen alone. We need the support of everyone in the PCC community to affirm that all faculty voices matter. Please engage in dialogue about this and reach out to share support and ideas for how to spread awareness and build a movement. We must update our campus culture before we can succeed in updating our bylaws. Last thing, but very important, it doesn't cost a dime. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and that concludes public comments for non-agenda items.
Thank you. Now we have approval of minutes for Board of Trustees Retreat, special meeting number 14, March 4th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Trustee Chan? Aye. Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. Approve minutes for Board Trustees regular business meeting number 15, March 15th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Board committee reporting out information item.
Madam Chair, I'll report out on a recent meeting we had for the Facilities Subcommittee, and that is an agenda item for today. Presentation will be made to the full board on alternative methods of delivering construction in addition to the typical traditional design bid build method, which we've used most commonly. We're also going to be asked as a board to consider other alternative methods, including design build and lease-leaseback, and we'll learn more about that during the presentations. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Any other committees? Now, it is really a wonderful moment for the board to have the joint meeting with Associate Student Board. I know that you have prepared quite a bit for us to be informed, but certainly we appreciate your effort and your time in leading your students and also, again, being such wonderful participants in the PCC community. So we can't wait to hear what your presentation is. And I will turn it to the associate students of Pasadena City College.
Good evening. My name is Reneem Abu Hajar, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs of Associated Students, and it's great to see all of you here tonight. It's great to see the crowd as well. So we are the Associated Students of Pasadena City College. We are here to serve the students, listen to their concerns, and bring them to you as well, so we can ensure that student voices continue to be heard in the future. So one of our functions as a part of Associated Students is to conduct outreach and advocacy. I'm going to refer to our Vice President of Public Relations to go over what we've done to increase outreach with our students this year.
Hello, Board of Trustees. Thank you, Temi Silver, for using our cap. So as our highlights, various forms of social media outreach. We have used multiple platforms to promote our events. We have over 40 events in total with over 60 designs, which we use Instagram with over 4,000 engagement, Discord, email, website, flyers, and A-boards. When you can see those designs, those are the examples, and the last one was the banners, which you can see on our bridge when we work together with the marketing office. Thank you.
And now our Chief Justice, Donovan Milroy, will go over the work that he's done this year for our Constitution.
Hi everyone, my name's Donovan. I'm the Chief Justice, so I'm in charge of all the governing documents, and pretty much that's the Constitution, the bylaws, policy, and procedures. Really, what we looked for this year was to increase transparency and accessibility to our governing documents. So one of our first goals was to make them ADA compliant, so that was allowing them to be read through voice or text-to-voice options, things like that. That then allows it to go on the website, because the governing documents that were on the website were from 2017, so all of the amendments that students worked hard and voted on weren't in the updated version. So we got that up to the 2020 version, and then I've also worked to update all the governing documents so that they can now be updated by the next Supreme Council to the 2021. We've added bylaw amendments to increase transparency, such as our Vice President of Business Affairs publishing a budget on our website to see what our money is going towards for students. And then also I updated my own bylaws to make sure that those ADA compliant governing documents are put on the website. Lastly, we also made it so that we have a new governing document, the ICC Code of Conduct, which is basically a governing document that clubs can point to find the correct due process when looking at club members' actions, making sure that all of their actions, both in person and online, are respectful, inclusive, and have also helped clubs draft their own constitutions and approve them so that they have easy to access and understandable and comprehensive constitutions for their time here as well. Thank you.
And on my part, I'm the Vice President of External Affairs, so what I've been focusing on this year is to hear student voices. So what I've been doing on my part is conducting focus groups. So for fall and spring semester, I've been working on conducting focus groups for students who are experiencing food insecurity, undocumented students, and disabled students as well. We found that these students tend to be the most neglected in terms of their struggles here at community college. So what I've done is hold focus groups for them and ask them what they're struggling here on campus, so we can portray that in our lobbying visits as well. So beyond focus groups, I've also been conducting surveys out in the quad as well. And on my part, since being in AS, I've lobbied to over 16 offices on the local and state level, portraying student struggles. So through our research, using qualitative and quantitative data, I've created an advocacy report with my lobby committee outlining the major barriers that our students are facing. The three major ones that this college needs to address more is definitely housing insecurity and transportation insecurity, as we found that the majority of our students in our survey and both in our focus groups struggle with transportation and accessing public transportation to get to their classes on time. So on my part, I've gone to Sacramento. I've done Zoom lobbying meetings as well to talk to our local and state representatives about how they can forward and support bills that will continuously support our students beyond academics, but their mental health as well. Another function of associated students are throwing events to enhance student support. I'm going to move this forward to our Vice President of Academic Affairs, Hanan Coronado.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hanan Coronado. I'm the VP of Academic Affairs for Associated Students. So my job is basically to act as a liaison between students and instructional leaders on campus. This year, we've had a lot of great events. One in particular that I'd like to highlight is an event called Apply with Pi that we had last fall. And we had almost 60 students have their UC essays reviewed by transfer counselors. And it was a great event, and I think it was really important to have this opportunity for students to be able to work in a not so institutionalized space where they feel comfortable, because that's something that's really important for students who are new to the educational system and in their educational journeys. Another event we had in the spring was a midterm Map to Success event, where students were incentivized to to go and seek out the academic support centers on campus, specifically our student success centers. And that was also a really great event because our committee has really tried to incentivize students to access these academic support programs that we have on campus. Thank you.
And now our Vice President of Business Affairs, Rebecca, will go and speak on her behalf as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Gazarian. I'm the VP of Business Affairs. So some of my key responsibilities include managing the budget for the entire AS board, as well as promoting financial literacy on campus. Some of the ways me and my committee have worked together to do this is by doing a Money Management 101 event, as well as a Bite of Reality Life Simulator event, which basically provided students with an opportunity to learn how to manage their finances and a little game on how to do that in the real world. On top of that, we've also done resume reviews and LinkedIn workshops, and we've provided students with an opportunity to get professional, high-quality headshots. Thank you.
And now our Vice President of Student Affairs, Emily Wee.
Hello, my name is Emily Way, and I'm the Vice President of Student Services. For this year, I really wanted to focus on parenting students. I collaborated with the Child Development Center and had a trick-or-treat event around the campus. I also organized the Holiday Angels event, which gave presents to children of student parents at EOPNS. I have also worked on a health and wellness fair in the quad to teach students about services on campus, especially revolving around their health. I'm currently working on a graduation celebration to celebrate the accomplishments and honor the strength of unconventional parenting students. Thank you.
And lastly, another function of Associated Students is to throw events on campus to enhance student life at Pasadena City College. So I'm going to move this forward to our VP of Equity, Jasmine Torres.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasmine Torres. I'm the Vice President for Student Equity. So part of my job is highlighting and celebrating students from all kinds of different social backgrounds, as well as cultivating opportunities to move PCC to being more equitable. So 2 events that I've done, one in the fall, one in the spring, was one Empowering Native Voices, where I had a special guest whose name was John Torres, who gave a presentation on Native crops and their history. This event led to a larger conversation on how we can honor Indigenous peoples on PCC and off PCC through more than just the land acknowledgement that we do in all our meetings. And then an event that I had recently was an AAPI comedy night where I hired 4 comedians who discussed and used comedy as a way to discuss the struggles that many AAPI people in the community face in a lighthearted way. And that's it. Thank you.
And now I'm going to move it forward to our Vice President of Sustainability, Ian Graham.
Hi everyone, I'm Ian Graham, the VP of Sustainability. So my position, I'm here to increase student activism around sustainability and environmentalism. And also something I've focused on recently is how can students embody sustainability when they leave PCC. So I just had a speaker event with an economist and a sustainability manager speak on their own career path. Then we have another one coming up on the 25th. You guys are all welcome to come by and stop in the R building.
And now our Executive Vice President, Shannon Tu.
Hi everyone, my name is Shannon Tu, and my focus this year was rejuvenating student life through clubs and organizations. And I've done that by creating a steady line of communication between associate students and clubs, as well as encouraging students to become more involved on campus and volunteer in our community. My biggest event that I've held this year is Club Rush. We've had over 67 clubs in attendance, as well as provided breakfast for over 200 students. And yeah.
And lastly, our Vice President of Campus Activities, Alexis Rosas.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexis Rosas, and my mission this year was to promote student engagement and connection in community. I found Homecoming Week and Valentine's Self-Love Day. Those were 2 events that were held, and they both had over 300 students. Homecoming had over 400 students engaging. They were really successful. It was really nice seeing students connect with one another, have fun, and just have a kind of break from the academic component of PCC. And we all just prided ourselves on overall the student engagement and the fun that students were having overall. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So while we did all these amazing events and outreach with our students here at PCC, there are still some visions that we have for the future, as well as some concerns. So among our concerns, how do you define student success beyond transfer rates? We are a community college, but we do need to point to the fact that our students are humans. They have issues. They are beyond a student. They are human that have needs that need to be addressed on this campus as well. So beyond transfer rates, how do you define student success?
I'll take a stab at that.
It's a real question. Okay. We weren't sure we could talk. It's student driven. So when a student tells us they want to transfer, that's what we take as success for that student. When a student tells us they want to earn a certificate, that's success for that student. And when they tell us they want an AA or AS degree, that's success for us. Yes?
Trustee Kwan?
Yes, thank you so much for the question, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. PCC as a community college is a college for the community, and is for every student that enrolls here at the college. As a trustee, my responsibility is to make sure that you have the resources that you need to pursue whatever goals you set here. And to make sure that when we make a commitment to provide access to education, that you actually have access to education. And if there are support services that we can provide, that we make sure that those services are done and delivered in a competent and high-quality manner, and that you're aware of those resources and that you have access to those resources so that you can ultimately accomplish your purpose as to why you chose PCC as your community college and what you make of it.
Trustee Gibson.
Yes, thank you for the question, and I really want to thank all the students for the presentations today. That's so valuable. It's why we're here. And in terms of student success, it's somewhat embodied in the mission statement of PCC, which talks about supporting students in academic, professional, personal. There's many different dimensions of what students need. And so the goal of PCC is to provide support for students across all those dimensions: personal, academic, professional, and life after PCC. So that's somewhat embodied in our mission statement.
Any other trustees? Trustee Martin.
I'll just do a quick answer. I look at it a little more granularly than completing a certificate or completing a degree. There was a college course I took once that I was only in the class for about 2 weeks, and something happened, I don't remember, and it was a managerial accounting course, and the knowledge that I learned in that 2 weeks on one particular topic, I use every week in my role as a chief financial officer at a company, and yet I have nothing to show for it, no credits, nothing, absolutely nothing. And I would like to believe and hope that we at PCC are providing that kind of opportunity for all of you. And it's wonderful as you have career goals, and those career goals may hinge on a certificate or a transfer or a document. But honestly, the greatest, in some ways, career goals are giving you opportunities to learn, to know how the emotional intelligence is necessary, how to deal with other people. And yes, some of those kind of academic pieces that may not have a certificate associated with them that I'm hoping you are receiving every day in every class that you're attending at PCC.
Thank you. And I have a few more questions for the board. So, on a personal level, on an individual level, for all of you, what will you do to make student voices be heard on an individual, personal level?
Trustee Wang?
I want to also begin by thanking you all for the incredible amount of work that ASPCC has done over the last year. I know that there was a lot more than y'all have presented to us here today. I know this is just a snapshot, but it's really incredible, and I know the work that y'all do make a big difference in the day-to-day experience of students on campus. So really, thank you all for your work. In terms of this question, I think it's such a great question because I think. Formally, of course, we can say that, student voices have a role in shared governance and have a seat at the table, and those are important things to make sure that students are accessing that in a way that's compatible with your life schedules, with your school schedules, with all of that. But for me personally, I would also just add that I think everybody in this room would believe that the decisions that we make need to be in the best interests of the student body. And for me, that always gets to the question of, well, we need to ask the students about what those interests are and what those preferences are and what that direction is. And so, I think we're privileged to have a student trustee serve on this dais. That certainly is a step in that direction, but I think I challenge also my colleagues, and we need to continue having these direct conversations with you all. I think it's been great. I've got to know some of you over the last many months and having these direct conversations, but I think that is a key component of how we can make sure that student voice is heard and then built in, like instinctively, into the work that we do.
Trustee Silver?
Well, yes, kudos to your trustee representative on the board. Trustee Chan speaks. She is the voice that we hear at many meetings, and we have, with best policy that has been developed, have the student trustee give the first vote so that it is an advisory vote in actuality instead of window dressing. So we hear her voice first when we take votes, and that's important. For me personally, I just really enjoy being with students. I like coming on campus. I like to go to the tables and talk to the people there. So that's a simple, unscientific one-on-one, and I really enjoy those conversations. Personally, I'm very accessible. All my contact information is on my own website as well as on PCC's website. And I guess I would like to turn the question back to you. How would you like us to lift your voices?
Thank you so much for asking that question. I think first and foremost, show up to our meetings once in a while, AS meetings. We do discuss a lot of issues concerning students and how our projects and initiatives are student-centered. So I believe coming to our meetings once in a while would be very helpful. I think also just going out and talking to students at events. I have seen a few of you at events, so I greatly appreciate that. But I believe that if you truly want to get down on the ground and hear student voices, it's really crucial to not only hear from Trustee Chan, who I'm sure has done a great job at it, but she's just one voice out of so many. She represents so many voices, but she cannot, there's so many lived experiences that you need to just go out and find as well. Last year when I was in Associated Students, I wanted to hear student voices, so I simply just went out to automotive technology. I went out to the financial aid office because I was genuinely curious about what students were struggling with. So it'd be really great to see trustees at our board meetings. It'd be great to see trustees at more events. It'd be great to see trustees at more, I guess, groups like CORE, the Black Student Center, International Student Center, to get those neglected voices as well in your decision making. Is there anyone on the board who also has any ideas on how our trustees can hear more from students? No? Okay, thank you. And another question I have is, how are your priorities determined? And once you've established these priorities, how student-centered have you found these priorities to be? Like, how much have they served our students?
Well, okay, sorry. If any other trustee wants to speak, please, I don't want to. I'm a fairly new, we have newer trustees, but fairly new, elected to the board in March 2020. And after the murder of George Floyd in the end of May 2020, the entire California system, community college system, put diversity, equity, and inclusion front and center of everything we did. And it was a discussion we had here at Pasadena City College constantly. We're thinking, what can we do to break barriers? How can we make this a better place for our college? So it was a vital discussion that we had all the time. Things have recently changed, but I hope to get back to those kinds of discussions again.
No, go ahead.
I would just add broadly, I think, if we're thinking about like board goals, for example, that really set what we're thinking about for each year. We meet each year to set those board goals. And I think in terms of, at least for how I think about what we want to establish as those priorities, kind of what I was saying during the student voices, it resonates here too, from my perspective, because we want to think about what will support the student experience the best, right? And I think, sometimes there are pieces of that might not seem connected to that, like a balanced budget that works for the college. But I think that they're at the core of each of those board goals, I think, goes to, at least from my perspective, will go to that student experience piece. And I think this question is a really fruitful one, I think, just for all of us to have in the back of our minds as we move forward in future goal setting conversations and things of that nature.
Trustee Martin.
I'm just holding myself back on all these questions because you skipped one. So I'm going to answer this one and that one that you skipped together. And I even have an answer to the other one that I held myself back and didn't give you. One of my greatest priorities has been to make the wonderfulness of PCC accessible to so many. And we've heard over the years, and we know that there's areas of our district that don't have the same computer accessibility that we heard, as we heard earlier, transportation difficulties in getting to campus. So one of my high priorities in the last decade has been a strong proponent for PCC Northwest and a crystal strong, laser-focused voice for PCC Rosemead or something else in that corner of the district where we know students have the greatest distance to travel, have the least effective transportation routes, have the fewest computers per household, and have the greatest need. And so we know, and we've seen the success of our current PCC Rosemead and even our now burgeoning PCC Northwest. So for me, that's been a very, very important priority that I think addresses this question and the question that you politely skipped. And I'm going to go back one more question, and I'm going to answer the question before that because I just can't constrain myself. How do I listen to student voices? And I think this is a lesson I learned, a few decades ago when I was a school principal. I learned to make decisions and not judgments. And it is amazing how free you are when you realize you're making a decision and not a judgment. Because to make a decision, you have to hear both sides. And you know there's two sides. There's at least two sides. And if you're going to make a decision, you have to listen to those facts to weigh them. It's easy to make judgments. We come in and we're already this or that, or we're a blue state or a red state, or we're this or that, whatever we are. That's a judgment. So I've tried to, throughout my life, through every topic at PCC, to assess situations where I realize I'm making a decision. I'm going to make the best decision I can make at the time I have to make it. And I'm going to try to give it enough time and energy to make sure that both sides, that I'm hearing both sides, and that it's being processed fairly. And I would recommend if you could take that idea with you, it may help you as much as it's helped me.
Thank you. Lastly, one of my own personal concerns I feel very strongly about. We always talk about making PCC a more inclusive campus, more inclusive student leadership. And I believe that we need to discuss, if we want to make this future student leadership more inclusive, we need to think about why aren't students becoming involved. And many of our students here, almost half of our students here, are on financial aid. If we want more student-parent voices to be heard, if we want more formerly incarcerated voices to be heard, it's important that we also ensure that our students are able to meet their own basic needs. I'm referring to an increased stipend. I cannot tell you how many times I have spent, how many hours I've spent on AS, even when I was just on a lobby committee. When I was just a member of the lobby committee, I would stay up nights dedicated to researching bills and annotating them and ensuring that they aligned with our goals as students. And even now, as vice president, I've spent hours on events, focus groups, lobbying, and the stipend is just, how can we ensure that us as student leaders can serve our own students and their own needs if we can't even serve our own? Many of us struggle with food insecurity, transportation insecurity, yet we still dedicate our time to AS. We still dedicate our time to events and listening to students. So I don't understand how it's expected of us to continue serving students if we can't even serve ourselves and our own basic needs. So my question for you guys is, can I count on the trustees to uplift student voices by ensuring that there are more paid student leadership opportunities on campus in the future?
Trustee Wang.
I think that I appreciate you bringing this up directly to us, because I think this is a key component of making sure that AS has the support it needs to do all of the work that you were just talking about and that all of you do every day. So I think in that same vein, I would love to kind of get an update in a future meeting or maybe offline about what we can do to make that possible. Because recognizing that the work that y'all do, the hours that you put in, is essentially it's a job. It's not just a leisurely activity that you're not putting effort into. It's seriously a job, and so I would love. I think maybe I'll ask Dr. Jonas if we can get an update on where those conversations are and what we can do to make it sustainable for you all to do the amount of work that you really do. So I think for me it's a yes.
I'm going to speak to that because about a year ago, I had a very meaningful conversation with someone in this room who's a student, and I don't want to put him on the spot. And when I asked him, what can the board do to support you, his response to me was, Sandra, what I need is money. I need financial support to pay my bills, to pay rent, to pay for food. I'm working 2 to 3 jobs. So for him, it was basic needs. And when we think about our decision making, and when we talk about being student-centered or student success, we need to look at students as individuals and to be able to advocate for your needs. You may think that we're up here, right, on this dais, and you hear the public comments, and you hear that we have managing budgets or making policies, but ultimately, what we're here to do is that we are here to be invested in your academic journey. And how we can support you can come in many different iterations. It could be through more student jobs or student internship, paid internships, not free internships, but paid internships. It could be that we provide more access in the food pantry for food insecurity. It may be that we look at innovative ways for student housing, the way that Cerritos College has been able to build or starting to build student housing close to their campus. So our job is to listen to what your needs are, and our job is to be advocates for you. And when we talk about this, we talk about issues that are where the rubber meets the road, right? You know, one of the things I want to applaud you for is to have in this dialogue instead of doing, you know, what some of you say, oh, it's a show and tell. I mean, these are substantive conversations that need to take place more often that doesn't. So I hope that you will continue to hold us accountable to how we can advocate for you and not let us off the hook year after year by having one of these meetings and that's it. So what I'm asking you to do today is to go back and talk to your students and send us a priority list for you, right? You're asking us what our priorities are, and I'm gonna ask you, what are your priorities? What are the top 3 things that you wanna see before you graduate, before you transfer? And let's share that and talk about that. So those are my comments to you, and to, you know, again, to applaud you for your effort and applaud you for your involvement and participation at PCC. Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. I want to echo what's already been said. First of all, thank you to everybody that's here today making your presentations and asking the tough questions, as well as those that aren't here. And I recognize, in addition to your academic work, many of you also might have family obligations or work obligations, and then to take on these additional roles, which don't pay very well. They probably pay as bad or worse as being a trustee. So we're not in it for the money, we're in it to try to make PCC the best possible place that it can be. And above and beyond that, I want to say that myself personally and many others of the trustees have advocated tirelessly at the state and federal level to increase student success through finding enhanced funding for housing insecurity, food insecurity, and transportation passes. And we couldn't do it without the student advocates. When we go to Sacramento, when we go to Washington, our state senators and assembly members and our Congress members and our U.S. senators, they don't want to hear from us trustees, they want to hear from you students. And so I can't thank enough here in the room, Renem, Manuel, and Simone for being those student advocates, taking additional time out of your school day and your other obligations and helping to advocate. It's more of a long game. These aren't immediate overnight things, but we've had successes. Just for example, we lobbied Congress member Adam Schiff, and he sponsored and got passed the Food for Thought bill. It's on a trial basis. which doesn't help PCC just yet, but the trial is going very well, and very soon that will be introduced, the Food for Thought bill, on a nationwide basis, and we can all take pride in that. The many years of our student advocates and the trustees advocating, and there's many other successes that we've had. I just picked that one out in particular that we've had at the state and national level. So thank you to all of the students for what you do, and thanks particularly for those of you that help to lobby and advocate for students at Sacramento and Washington every year.
Thank you.
I would like to add something.
Go ahead, Sima. Trustee Chan.
Just bring it back to home. Time is a privilege. With the time I spend as a trustee and as a student advocate, I could have other work. I could be doing other stuff where I could be supporting my family, whether to meet my day's meet. I know we talk about having more student advocate, but I want to bring back the questions to how can we compensate students for the time they spent on these advocacies. Because I know a lot of students who are taking like 3 jobs, who are working outside of their regular student roles. So how can we give them the incentive for them to even begin advocacy? Because if they cannot meet their daily essentials or their basic needs, they wouldn't be in a position where they're able to advocate. So I just would like to ask the board, and for the next year board, to think about how we can provide this financial incentive or even compensation for all the times that we spend on these things. So even though having student advocacy is important, but it's important to ensure that we have enough like financial support to have them even begin, not to just say that we need more advocacy.
Thank you. We have a few more concerns left from our board. First, our Vice President of Academic Affairs, Hanan Coronado, would like to voice her concern.
Thank you, Raneem. My concern is that I would like to see more action taken to increase transfer, graduation, and overall academic success rates for underrepresented students, specifically our Latinx and Black students. As a Latina student myself, I have seen and experienced the disparities in our educational system, and I hope the school can take further action in working to close these gaps. We would like the school to acknowledge the cultural factors and to address the systemic disadvantages that students of color face in their educational journey. Thank you.
And we also have a concern from our Vice President of Sustainability, Ian Graham.
Hello. I don't know if you guys remember me from your January meeting. You guys passed the resolution number 753, which called for Pasadena City to source 100% of its energy from carbon-free sources by 2030. And in it also recognized the global climate emergency. With this in mind, what is the board's plan to address sustainability on campus and in the local community?
May I speak? Go ahead. Okay. There's so much you can do. First of all, bring your own water bottles. Don't use one-use cups. Come on, you guys. I think I connected you with, there was a connection with a local high school where they're doing amazing things with sustainability. They have it for their food services, everything is reusable, their plates, they use actual silverware and wash. So we need to build a culture with our students of reuse, not one-time use. So, what, you were going to say something?
Yeah, to interject. I did reach out to the contact you gave me, but what is the board's plan to address sustainability?
Well, I want to support you in everything you do with sustainability because there is honestly nothing more important in this world than having a world. So I am a fierce advocate for any and all sustainability ideas. So we need to work together. That has not been a board priority. It has not been a topic, but I am all for it. And maybe students can bring a couple of ideas to it and we can work on it. but you certainly have an advocate in sustainability with me.
Trustee Wang.
I appreciate this question, and I remember that January meeting vividly because I remember I talked about myself, experiencing climate anxiety, like so many folks in our generation do, and so I think this is a question that is bigger than personal actions, which is so important, obviously, but has to go to the core of the decisions we make, particularly as we just passed a bond measure, and we're looking to renovate, rebuild facilities on our campuses. I think that's definitely one component that we'll be talking about in our facilities committee and any future renditions, I hope, of our facilities master plan, is ensuring that we're building that in as a key part of that entire process, right? Because, if I use a plastic water bottle, that's not necessarily the same as a building that's using energy sources. You were just talking about the city of Pasadena and calling them to go carbon free, right? Those kind of structural conversations, I think is also going to be so important. And so I think that's something that's definitely, at least for me, going to be front and center in those future conversations, and a conversation that I hope we can continue with you all as well.
One of the features that UC campuses have right now are sustainability officers. So campuses have designated sustainability staff to assess and look at sustainability scan, a sustainability assessment, because we don't know what we don't know. And as a board, one of the things that we can do is to conduct an environmental scan of what's needed and how in the implementation of recommendations that may come up with those type of audit reports on sustainability. So that's much more of a practical step, I think, that you were looking at in terms of what the board can do. We can certainly also put that on our board priority or board goals for the next coming year. And so again, this is an outcome of your advocacy, right, to share with us what's important to you, and so that we can address it appropriately through next steps and through planning. Thank you. Trustee Osterling and then Trustee Gibson.
Thank you. Let me just reiterate a little bit of what Trustee Wong has already said. Trustee Wong, Kwong, and myself currently serve on the facilities committee, and as already mentioned, we had a bond passed that's going to lead to a very significant construction program over time. And one of our important emphasis of that program as it gets built over time is sustainability. And sustainability happens a lot of different ways in new construction. Some are obvious, some are a little more subtle. Are we putting in solar power as we build these buildings where that capability exists on the rooftop? Number one. Number two, you'll be pleased to know that we're here in the state of California, and California has some of the most strict green energy and sustainability requirements of any state. So just by virtue of those overall rules, the new buildings that we build or the buildings that we update will adhere to those much higher standards, conserving energy and saving greenhouse gases. There's other more subtle ways that you might not think about. If you adaptively reuse an existing building where we can, that actually saves a whole bunch of construction materials, all the cost it took to make those materials, versus tearing a building down and rebuilding. The Serafian building, we had to tear down because it was earthquake unsafe, but we'll have opportunities to also do upgrades to our existing buildings, and that's a huge part of the program, not only to make these buildings safer for our students and faculty and staff that are in those buildings, but also to make energy retrofits that will make them more energy conservation. And I would encourage you, Ian, and your successors as we go along to hold our feet to the fire, get involved and watch what the facilities committee is doing, and watch as these new buildings get designed and planned on the building. Make sure that we do have that sustainability mindset as we go about this significant program.
Yeah, just add that there's a difference between deeds and words. So PCC passed a resolution for 100% by 2030, as did the City of Pasadena and PUSD. So our partners, we and our partners passed a resolution, which is non-binding and has no teeth or additional details. So the next step is to get something with actual details and implementation, not just a resolution, and that has to be worked with our partners. City of Pasadena is where we get our energy. So their plants, as you know, are fossil fuel supplied right now. So those steps, that next step needs to happen beyond the words. The next step needs to happen with all three of our partners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I would just like to hop in because I don't want Hanan's question to be overlooked too. So the discussion with Latin communities, how can we increase the discussion about attainment for our marginalized communities and for our students? I know during this board we talk a lot about enrollment strategies. Could we maybe consider what are we doing to advance our attainment for these marginalized community?
Trustee Wang.
Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you, Trustee Chan, for bringing us back to that, because I was like, wait a second, are we not going to answer that question? Not that Ian's was not important. It was a great question. Mm-hmm. I think that this actually goes to something that I was actually hoping to bring up at the very end of our meeting when we got to future agenda items, which feels a little further away. So I'll bring it now, and then I'll mention again later, is that, you know, one thing that I think I hope we can do, and I would ask maybe Dr. Jonas and obviously our executive team, you know, I think our board in the past had received DEIA updates regularly at the board level. I think it would be really important for us to bring that back again. I think our enrollment strategies presentations that Dr. Ramirez has brought and has been really helpful and really fruitful. And I think that same kind of those updates and those conversations would be really important as we make sure that we are laser focused on addressing the experiences and the discrepancies and the inequities that exist. And I think that's why that kind of addressing those inequities has also been a board goal, because it's such an important piece. And I think compounded with that, I know that we've had such conversations in the past, but it never really manifested. I would like for this board to, much like we have a facility subcommittee, we have our ledge action and our budget committee, and I'm missing one, board policy, excuse me, committee. I think it'd be important for us to have actually a committee dedicated to DEIA work at the college. So I would love, I don't know if it's to ask the chair to form the committee or how do we form a committee, but I think it'd be important for us to do that, where we'd have a subset of trustees, much like our facilities and budget, et cetera, that are engaging with these conversations on a more regular basis, bringing in the student perspective and conversation on a more regular basis to see if we can really get more of that perspective, but also the actions in moving forward.
Thank you so much for bringing up that point. I recall, I think a couple years ago, that Trustee Silver and I were the ones that voted for a DEI committee that ultimately did not get approved by the entire board. So this is another opportunity to bring that up as a future agenda item. Thank you. Trustee Silver.
We do have a DEI board, DEIA committee, and I am the chair of it, and I work statewide on DEIA issues, infusing it within the California Community College system. I'm on the statewide steering committee. I help to create a quarterly town hall for trustees and the entire community college community. Like I said, the tenor of the current board has not supported discussion about DEIA, and I'm so delighted to hear that this seems to be an area of interest, and it will be my greatest pleasure to bring conversation of DEIA back to the PCC board.
We have one last concern from our Associated Students Executive President, Emmanuel Gomez.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the whole executive board, the Office of Student Life for Associate Students, including our secretaries who support us in all of this work that we do. So again, thank you for taking the time to join us in these long meetings. But by the way, if I understood correctly, some of the work that we do, we in PCC Sustainability Standing Committee have recommended a Office of Sustainability. And I believe the recommendation was for it to start moving in June. So we look forward to that. So I just want to kind of share some words that have been on my mind, and of course these thoughts have come up through our discussions in this whole term as it's coming to an end. But for those who don't know, I've been a part of Associated Students for the last 3 years as VP of Sustainability, and on my second term as president now. As students who actively participate in the shared governance process throughout our terms in Associated Students of Pasadena City College, it is absolutely demoralizing to endure such embarrassment caused by negative campus climate that we face. Unfortunately, it's evident that students are often overlooked and their daily challenges are rarely considered. And for that, I apologize to students. But according to a social media post by the PCC Foundation, on April 15, 2023, they asked PCC Lancers if they know that 58% of students work while in college. No matter which area of the district you live in or how far you commute to get to work at PCC, we all know the challenges that students face while attempting to succeed in school. Regardless of your personal experience, you should know that everyone has to make ends meet. No matter what, someone has to pay. Students are the backbone of PCC. And I'm willing to say it, they're the face too. But also the future of our nation, which is to be considered, if I understand some of the studies I've learned here and gone through. We're in a consumer-driven economy. So first, I think it's important to note that all of this drama is overshadowing the hard work being done by the employees and students dedicated to the real progress of our campus community. This drama dims the spotlight of students and the potential of this wonderful college in such a resourceful community. Please don't forget that 71% of our Pasadena Area Community College District voters approved a bond measure intended to maintain continuous support for the betterment of our students and community's learning centers. They voted in favor because of the great publicity that our efforts and success promote. So with that being said, I now prompt the following question. What should students consider PCC? Is it a business or is it a civil right? If it is a business, then let us all collectively treat it as one. Treat students as consumers, seek and obtain their feedback, then actually do something with it. As students, we need our basic needs met. The available statistic and anecdotal data indicate that students need money. We aren't asking for handouts. We need jobs on campus that promote retention and allow for students to remain on campus as much as possible. Use our feedback, implement what the consumer demands, and supply the expected service and/or product being requested. Enough of seeking help from external partnerships. The answer is on this campus. The answers are on this campus. Do what external marketing partners offer through their service. Step back for a second and take a moment to look at the bigger picture. That is only a suggestion if in fact PCC is a business. Now, if PCC is a civil right, then treat it like one. What does our land acknowledgement emphasize? That this country has become a democracy, ironically, thanks to the enslaved labor of black people and forced genocide. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 promoted integration, not segregation. Too many people were treated brutally by the racist ideals that continue to prevail in our society. Yet, students continue to promote education for all within the public school system during the 60s. I've got news for you all, though. That won't be for long, especially because the future will be shaped by Gen Z and future generations to come. Of course, if climate change doesn't beat us to it and destroy what has flourished. A large majority of our students are Gen Z. And what do many of them ask for? What are we being taught in class? To begin, a majority of our instructors actually listen to students and some of their desires to meet the adequate support for their success on campus. And please note that not only professors are instructors, we have plenty of staff on campus that truly provide instructions to facilitate our journey and meet our academic and career goals. Why is it that many of our instructors strive for social justice by giving us assignments that require us to think in the bigger picture of inclusivity? You know, we are required as initial assignments to update our preferred pronouns, even to promote critical thinking. So why is it that some of our leaders refuse to implement in their campus life their pronouns? Why do they aggravate students and literally oppose them in public meetings and events? Are the pride flags, land acknowledgements, and resolutions just simply performative actions? It feels like it, honestly. I'm definitely not the oldest person in this room, but I have experienced many pivotal moments, navigated multiple systems that marginalize. And now, exiting this campus at the end of this academic year, I value each moment, even the depressing ones. This college belongs to the community and to students at large. This campus is meant to guide students to become participants of our economy and democracy, not drama. I'm not choosing sides. I'm not pandering or asking individual constituency groups to side with me or with us, the students. I'm asking the employees of Pasadena Area Community College District to choose the students and not the drama. This is a plea for all of our public officials and service people to help PCC grow. Donate, volunteer on campus, create more jobs in the communities we go back to after class. Overall, promote PCC in your communities you represent. and/or as an employee. I only mention that it's embarrassing because as a lifelong citizen of Dina, my community watches these meetings. People from my neighborhood and people who don't even work or live in the district watch these meetings. They probably are doing so right now. And they'll probably reach out to us following the adjourned meeting. And I will say that I don't know what the drama is. All I know is that humans make mistakes. As for the public, don't judge the person, judge the ideas that are pressed. Please prioritize students' availability when deciding shared governance committee meetings, dates, and times, so that you all can receive info from the source and not just folks guessing who view us as statistics or targets. So to conclude, I repeat the question. What should students consider PCC? Business or civil right? Thank you, and I'll see you on commencement.
For the associate student meeting, I think that this is the end of the meeting with the associate students. Any other comments? Okay. Trustee Wine?
Thank you again to the associate students for being here. I know that the Associated Students AS is more than just this board. You have your committees and your committee members and folks that may not be in this room right now, and I want to extend my thanks to all of them as well, and I hope you can share that with all of them, because I know that they put in countless hours of work that doesn't get a stipend either, as Reneem already mentioned, as being a former committee member. And I also just wanted to, really quickly, I think it's important for us to acknowledge the work, of course, of Student Trustee Chan and the 3-year tenure and work of our Associate Students President, Emmanuel Gomez, because your kind of moral compass, I know, has guided myself as I've joined this board, even before I joined this board, and I think the comments that you just made only add to that. So I appreciate your honestly invaluable service to this college, to your home community here in Dina. And so I just want to say thank you all.
Thank you. Now we're going to have consent items, combined consent calendar, students instruction business. So approve consent calendar items.
Madam Chair, before we take a motion, there is a comment on in the consent calendar on I-20 from Tony Vong.
Okay, great.
You have 3 minutes for your comment.
All right, thank you. Hi.
This is I what?
I-20.
I-20.
Yeah, I-20.
I-20. Thank you.
Before I start, I just want to, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to address personal members. It is.
It definitely is.
Yeah. I don't really have much time. I'm going to be late for my class right now. So I want to thank also Chung Lao Shi for excusing me from here, which I think you should meet her with her and her colleagues the pay raise for part-time faculty. But before I break any more bylaws, I want to express my elation for this certain agenda item that is related to replacing shuttle program vehicles with electric vehicles. I don't want to cover up my relations with my sister, but we fight a lot. But I also want her to have good conditions when she uses the shuttle, which she does regularly, at least in the last semester. So while California makes it its goal to transition to full electric vehicle use by 2030, I can only describe this action by the Board of Trustees as one guided by foresight, and it has the full support of the Sustainability Committee of the Associated Students. So I want to thank Ian Graham for his diligence, and he should also possibly give his colleagues and the Associated Students a stipend increase as well. So yeah, sorry about breaking that bylaw. But I have full confidence that you'll be able to provide students with adequate air conditioning in a time of global warming, as well as adequate passenger seats, so that no student can fall behind in the waiting stations. However, I also want to point out that if this policy is implemented, when you guys replace vehicles with electric vehicles, it shows that the board can do so much more, and that includes energy use. Earlier this morning when I talked to my professor, he noted to me that when he sees the lights that encompasses the buildings of the campus, he sees carbon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And that concludes comments on this consent calendar items. Excuse me.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items.
Second.
I'd like to make a comment and move to have a discussion on items number 2, 3, and 4.
What letter number?
Item number 2, 3, and 4 is the approval for the RFQ and the RFP for the pool of architects, the pool of project managers, and DSA approved project inspection services.
Which letter?
So it's I, 2, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Okay.
These, the subject of RFPs were discussed in the Facilities Committee meeting, and we had discussed the resolution, and that I had expressed a concern that the board approve not just the issuance of the RFP and the RFQ, but we actually approve the language of the RFP and RFQ, because it is important to me that diversity is a factor that we weigh in issuing out RFPs, and whether or not the vendors that we are choosing have diversity, whether or not they have principals that are Black, Latinx, Asian Pacific Islander, disadvantaged, veterans, and that they actually reflect the values of our community. And I want to make sure that we approve the actual language of the RFP and the RFQ, that those items are a consideration when the RFP goes out.
Trustee Silver.
Let me know if I'm wrong, but as I read them, these RFPs were already approved on November 9th, 2022, and I believe all these are doing is extending the timeline from 12 months to 36 months. So the writing has already, the written aspect's already been passed. I think it's just to extend the time.
You're looking at item number 2. There's also item number 3 and 4, and they coincide with the resolutions that we have for passage. And I made very clear in the Facilities Committee meeting that when we start the RFP process, when we bid for these projects, that there is diversity in our vendor pool. And that I believe that reflects, as we were discussing in today's meeting, that DEI is a significant value of the college and that it's reflected in our vendors. And in addition to hiring locally as well.
Let me suggest the following. The consent calendar item, as Trustee Silver already pointed out, is simply to extend the period in question from 12 months to 36 months. And I would suggest that we approve that, and then Trustee Kwong, to the extent you have other concerns or issues about the degree of diversity, I think we should address that as a separate item. All three of these, 2, 3, and 4, are just simply extending the period. If there's something about the underlying RFP, RFQ process that you think needs to be augmented, I think we should bring that up as a additional item at our next meeting.
Candace?
Yes, just to clarify, so yes, these were already approved at a previous meeting, and these particular items are to change from 12 months to 36 months to allow the bench of architects or DSA folks to be on that list for those months. Related to the bid process, so public contract code requires us in the method that we award contracts, it must go to the lowest bidder. Only the additional project delivery methods, which we will talk today, will allow us to add additional features to consider. But currently, our methods require lowest bidder, which is why they're automatically, when they come back to the board, they are awarded. You'll see all of the bid prices, and it's always awarded to the lowest. I think one area that we can work on, and per the suggestion in the facilities board subcommittee, would be to always have a section in our RFPs that really describes what the college is about, what our missions and values are, and those pieces, that those get embedded, very similar to our HR process when we go out for hiring. It's very clear to candidates who are applying for our roles what this college values, what the mission of the college is, and the vision, and what it's tied to the educational master plan. I think similarly, within our current process, we can do something similar. And then as we work to consider alternate methods and bid processes that don't require the lowest bidder, we certainly can embed some additional consideration.
No, I agree with you that the current design bid build process, the public contracts code and the education code does require it to go to the lowest bidder, but the alternate construction delivery methods that are up for resolution today, such as design build and the lease-leaseback, allows this Board of Trustees to add additional elements. I don't think it's sufficient that we just add a language or a paragraph of what the mission and values are, but we make very, very clear to the public and to the vendors that are submitting their RFQs that this board will give strong consideration to contractors and vendors that are diverse and are from the local community.
So noted. There's a motion.
So I'm unclear. Are we pulling items I, 2, 3, and 4 and possibly redrafting them, or are we approving them as they're listed here?
I have not amended my motion.
What's that?
I have not amended my motion.
No, I think
Understood,
what
but
Ms.
these
Jones
items
is
have
saying
been
is...
pulled.
No,
they are not.
that she said that for these contracts, they are not the alternate construction delivery methods. They are the traditional methods, and they have to go to the lowest bidder. So in the future, as we pass these resolutions for projects pursuant to our new bond, that the board approve the RFQ and the RFPs to include diversity and inclusion as a significantly weighted factor in addition to other factors that are reflective of the values of the college.
So we're approving the consent calendar items as is.
Right, and understood. The motion has not been amended to remove these items, and I'm suggesting further that we are going to get a presentation in this meeting about these alternative methods where we can look at these other characteristics and not just the lowest bidder. And I'm going to suggest, rather than approving items 2, 3, and 4, that we would, which right now, before we approve any of these alternative delivery methods, would have to be done based solely on the lowest bidder without consideration given to the other characteristics. And I'm suggesting, since that's so close in the future, like today, later at this meeting, that perhaps we should pull items 2, 3, and 4 and considering amending them if in fact the board does pass the alternative construction methods.
Trustee Wang.
I'm personally opposed to that because these are things that we have already passed in many months ago now. And this is, my understanding of this is this is giving Mr. Larrett's team and VP Jones the ability to extend that shortlist period where then the language itself of these things are not on our calendar today. So I would prefer that we can have this conversation, which is a very important one. I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever, as we will when we get to the design build and lease-leaseback conversation. But this is just changing 12 to 36 on each of these for the months. And so I think we can just include that here.
So I have a motion for approving the consent. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I have in my notes that Trustee Silver seconded.
Oh,
Osterling, motion, Silver.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and I'll keep my motion without amendment.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now we have approval of personnel consent calendar.
Motion to approve, motion to approve items J2 to 5.
Yes. No, I
No,
believe.
it's section J, it's a typo.
Oh, it's a typo? Okay. I thought it was my eyesight. Okay, great, thank you. So J2 to J5, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Chan does not vote on this, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. And then we have now a public comment on the action items recommended for approval.
That will be when we get to K11.
Okay.
J1.
So we have nominations for California Community College Trustees, CCT Board.
Yes,
Trustee Silver.
I have 9 candidates I would like us to consider. There are 9 spots available on the board, and I would like to put forward the names of these 9 highly qualified candidates for the board. So how
Can you
do I
read,
go?
read the names?
Okay.
And then what college they're with?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Barry Snell, Santa Monica Community College District. Lauren Steck, Monterey Peninsula Community College District. Suzanne Lee Chan, Ohlone Community College District. Marissa Perez, Cerritos Community College District. Barbara Dunsheath, North Orange County Community College District. Carmen Ramirez, Merced Community College District. Andra Hoffman, Los Angeles Community College District. Mary Strobridge, San Luis Obispo County Community College District, and Dina Olivares Lambert, Chaffee Community College District.
Motion to approve the slate recommended by Trustee Silver. And on a side note, thank you for your service on the statewide board, which helps us to know the right candidates to vote for.
Does Armina need this list of names?
There's just a second.
I-
Trustee Wang?
Thank you. Sorry, I know there's an active motion. Does that need a second first before we discuss?
It hasn't been seconded.
Oh, it hasn't? Okay.
Go ahead.
I appreciate, first of all, again, I appreciate Trustee Silver's service on the CCT board, and I certainly support the first set of names of those trustees that are running as incumbents. I would like for us to in one of the 2 remaining slots to potentially support Jonathan Abood of Santa Barbara Community College District. In thinking about representation and what it means to have younger voices on the CCT board, I think is critical. Not calling out Trustee Abood because he is younger, but I think he has had an invaluable service. Currently as president of Santa Barbara CCD, and would like for us to nominate him. In terms of what that means for one of the other 2 slots, I am not sure. I'm not sure what we were to do, but that I would like to make that suggestion.
Trustee Silver, may I ask how many positions are?
9.
So Trustee Silver has 9. You have 1 that's not on the list. Someone on that list would need to be removed, or we're going to need to decide on 9. We could go one by one if you want to do it one by one, but go ahead.
Or we could get a second and then have discussion.
Is there a second to Trustee Silver's motion to submit the list of 9 nominees for the CCT board?
I'll second it.
Trustee Martin seconds. So now we have discussion.
Sure. As an active member in various statewide committees, Mary Strobridge and Dina Olivares Lambert have contributed significantly to the statewide initiatives and have shown up at conferences and are on committees. And I have never, ever seen this candidate on a Zoom meeting, volunteer to be on a committee. Maybe he's been at a conference, but I haven't met him. So I put my thumb on the scale for people who are already demonstrating interest and action.
We've had a problem at the statewide level of people signing up for these positions and then not actively serving. And so we do, as Trustee Silver already mentioned, we do try to recommend people that we know are active and attend the conferences and come to the meetings.
An idea, he is new. Why doesn't recommend to him volunteer, become active, show up? Because we have this election every year, I think every year, frequently. So he could be next time.
I don't want to. I will just say I don't want to prolong voting on this issue. I want to just note that I absolutely respect the service that the 2 trustees you mentioned. Truly, it's nothing about their dedication and service to the California Community College system. It truly isn't. My flag was really just thinking also about the representation aspect of this, but I do not want this to prolong our vote on this issue, because I do agree that these trustees are would be excellent. I mean, on the CCCT board. So
I'm looking at this list of the Asian Pacific Islander Trustees and Administrators Caucus that they have announced their slate of endorsed candidates, and I know that Trustee Silver is also on this email list. So the 9 folks that the Asian Pacific Islander Trustees and Administrators Caucus recommended are Barry Schnell, Santa Monica CCD, Jonathan Abmood, Santa Barbara CCD, Lauren Steck, Monterey Peninsula CCD, Suzanne Lee Chan, Olon CCD, Marissa Perez, Cerrito CCD, Dina Olivares Lambert, Chafee CCD, Barbara Dunsheath, North Orange County CCD, Carmen Ramirez, Merced CCD, and Andra Hoffman, Los Angeles CCD. I just thought that I would add the names to the mix, just because I know that we were talking about Jonathan, so he has been vetted by the Asian Pacific Islander Trustees and Administrators Caucus. So with that, we can go with Trustee Silver's list or make any amendments. There's a second. There's a call for a vote. So, Trustee Chan.
So would I be voting for either passing it or making amendments?
You will be voting for the 9 that Trustee Silver. Okay.
So aye.
Trustee Wang.
Oh, we're doing a roll call?
Yeah,
I will abstain.
Trustee Kwan.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Gibson.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee
Aye.
Jim. Trustee Jim. No, I'm sorry, Trustee Austin.
Aye.
Okay, aye for me as well. So thank you. Okay, motion passes.
Now, I just wanted to, sorry, before we move on, I just wanted to thank Trustee Silver for her
Yes.
service and recognize that
Have
they
him
will
volunteer,
be. No, I
raise-
know this is nothing. I just wanted to voice my thought on that. I know that the trustees that we just voted for are going to be excellent members of the CCCT board.
So the next item we have is approve and adopt revised 2023-2024 academic calendar.
So I think you could take 2, 3, and 4 together, and I would refer to Dr. Ramirez to just quickly discuss exactly how these calendars came to be.
Sure. So the calendar committee met for a very, very long time, all year long. We had several meetings to talk about the calendars. We came up with 3 proposals. Based on our MOU, the 3 proposals were forwarded to the Faculty Association that reviewed them. It went to College Council as well. All 3 calendars were approved by all bodies, including President Jodonis, which looked at them, reviewed them. We evaluated them to make sure that we included all the legal holidays. We had the right number of instructional days. We included winter intersession in a 6-week format.
Motion to approve items K 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we have 5 and 6. Can we do them together?
Motion to approve items K5 and 6.
I'll second.
All those, Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. May we approve 7 and 8 together, or do they need to be separate?
I think you can approve
Approve
them together.
Okay. So motion to approve 7 and 8.
A motion to approve items K7 and 8.
Second.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 9, approve COLA increase and one-time $3,000 for executives.
And I just want to clarify that Trustee Chan does not
do approve the
does
personnel.
not, weigh in
Okay.
on personnel. Sorry.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve addition, modifications, and deletions to the credit curriculum.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there a public comment? on
Yes,
this?
we have 2 public comments for this item of resolution number 2762 in commemoration of the Armenian Genocide and Armenian Heritage Month at PCC. The first public comment will come from Tony Ordukanian.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Tony Ordukhanyan, and I'm a second-year student here at Pasadena City College, majoring in political science. I am also the former president of the PCC Armenian Students Association, as well as the chair and founder of the ANCA Western Region's Youth Committee. Today I rise in support of Resolution 762 in commemoration of the 108th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide and Armenian Heritage Month at PCC. Too often it's told, but April 24th, 1915 is remembered as one of the darkest days in human history and the beginning of a heinous crime that ripples on today. On April 24th, 1915, the Ottoman Empire systematically massacred 1.5 million Armenians at the orders of the disgraced Talat Pasha. Men, women, and children suffered under the bloody hands of mass murder, violent rape, and gruesome torture. Families were forced to march in the Syrian desert while deprived of nutrition and water, as those who survived were either sent to concentration camps or subjugated to religious conversion. In time, the Armenian people would continue to suffer the same ruthless consequences of this horror by Turkey and Azerbaijan, where their genocidal ambitions have echoed loudly across the world. Since the brutality of the Hamidian massacres, the merciless Baku pogroms, Ankara's state-sponsored denialism, and Azerbaijan's savagery of war crimes against Artsakh in 2020, Armenians have always been targeted for their inalienable right to exist. For the past 128 days, over 120,000 Armenian civilians of Artsakh have been subjugated under Azerbaijan's vile blockade and have been cut off from the basic necessities required to live. It remains evident that these two nations have joined forces to achieve one goal, which is to erase the Armenian identity. But with this resolution, PCC can stand against that goal. PCC can stand against each and every one of these acts of genocide and continue to preserve the Armenian identities that exist among our PCC community. By commemorating the history of these events, condemning the past and present crimes against Armenians, and calling upon elected officials such as President Biden to hold Turkey and Azerbaijan accountable, we can reaffirm PCC's role in solidarity with the Armenian community and uphold the very values of life we are endowed with. So I urge for the successful passage of this resolution and look forward to strengthening our relationship as students and educators who object to all crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. Our next public comment on this item comes from Danny Donabedian.
Good evening. Honorable President Lau, honorable members of the Board of Trustees, esteemed College President Dr. Enri Jonas, honored Student Trustee Simone Chan, honored guests, 19th century reformer, minister, and abolitionist Theodore Parker, and 20th century civil rights movement leader and Baptist minister Dr. Martin Luther King both said the following words: "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." My name is Danny Donabedian. I'm the chairperson of the Armenian National Committee, Pasadena. Doubtless to say, both of these men were most noble of men. In years past, the Venerable Board of Trustees of Pasadena City College had come through in recognizing the Armenian Genocide and had paid homage to the 1.5 million victims of the evil and nefarious crimes committed by the Ottoman Turks in 1915, whose unspeakable acts have yet to be accounted for. As Armenians around the world commemorate the 108th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, we ask that you stand by us again in solidarity by passing the Armenian Genocide Awareness and Prevention Resolution, an affirmation that Pasadena City College condemns the atrocities that were perpetrated against innocent human beings by the scourge of humanity, the Turks. Time and again, for 108 years, Armenians around the world had heard the many good intentions that some of the world's preeminent powers expressed, and that they would find a just resolution to the Armenian cause. Time and again, those powers failed to deliver, dashing any hope of a just outcome. As the old adage goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It is time steps were taken by the world's community of powers to rectify the aberration, the mistakes, and the iniquities of the past, which caused humanity to deviate from its path of righteousness, precipitating a degradation in its conscience, which then proceeded to propel it into irretrievable ruin. For far too long, the world has shamefully sat back and neglected the resolve of the epic miscarriage of justice that is the Armenian Genocide. For as long as this genocide remains unresolved and history fails to correct the most heinous of transgressions committed by the Turks, the depravity of whom caused untold pain and suffering upon the Armenian nation, the stain of evil and shame will be engraved permanently in humanity's legacy. The struggle against genocide and human rights atrocities is still present and prevalent today. Now, as in the past, the world is experiencing a contentious political climate where genocide is rife and subversive ideological discord commonplace.
Thank you.
Genocides that have taken place in recent history have yet to teach us a lesson on humanity's
Thank you
enduring
very
willingness
much
to commit
for your public comment.
and its inability to live in peace. On behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America,
Thank you.
I'd like to thank and pay tribute to this distinguished dais for its persistence search for justice for the victims of the Armenian genocide.
Thank you, sir.
Providing solace
My apologies.
to the Armenian American community and Armenian cause. Also, as
The
your
enforcer.
that we have our utmost respect and admiration. And one more little thing.
Thank you very much.
The most gentle of princes once said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Motion to approve resolution number 762.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, we're,
That was my motion, sorry.
was your motion?
You wanna
Tammy,
second
you,
it?
you go ahead and second.
Second.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Res-
They want to take a picture.
Oh, okay, excuse me. They will like to take a photo with the trustees with this resolution, so we'll come to you, please.
You want to do it with PCC in the background? Let's do it over here. Man, it's good to see you. Good to see you.
Anything more to add to today's conversation? You're here tomorrow? Huh? I'll come bother you. I'll come bother you. Are you working? Well, I show up. I don't always work. I drive in. But I pay for that. So that's a commitment. I can go. I can go home and ride my bike if I want, dude. I could. I used to do that at my old job when I was at San State. I lived close up. But by the time I got there, I was sweaty because I had to walk up a hill, or through the snow.
I hate cutting people off. I think we have more stuff happening later. I think classifieds are going to say something. There's so many of them here. Yeah. That'll be fun.
Recommendations for design build? Is that like the recommendation?
I wish I could extend it, but I can't do it without it.
Trying to understand all this.
Our typical method
Recommending going to.
Honestly, before
I was going to say,
that's going to be
So now we have Resolution 765, use of lease-back construction delivery method for the delivery of selected construction projects. Is there a motion to approve?
Oh, your presentation.
I'm sorry. There's the presentation. Okay.
All right, good evening, trustees. Tonight I'm here to recommend two resolutions for your consideration, which will allow the district staff to consider two additional project delivery methods for construction, which is design build and lease-leaseback. I'd like you to think about these options as just sort of additional tools that we're adding to our tool belt in addition to our current method. It gives us the flexibility in the way that we potentially deliver construction projects across campus. Tonight I have Mr. Samuel Santana here this evening, who is one of the district's legal counsel for construction projects, who will share an overview of the three methods and then field questions, and then at the end I'll provide some additional information in terms of context in terms of our district process.
Well, thank you all very much for inviting me. I'm Samuel Santana. I'm a shareholder with Dennis Walliver Kelly. As has been mentioned, we're working with the district on construction projects. I was invited here tonight to give you all a quick overview. I want to be respectful of your time, but also give you enough information to understand these a little bit better. So without further ado, I wanted to start off with just the baseline, which is what your bid limit is. So anytime that PCC is going to go out for a construction project, you're going to have a bid limit that's associated for when you have to go out to bid for that project. The default bid limit is $15,000. However, there's an option under California law. If you adopt the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, which PCC has adopted this, then you have a couple of tiers of options for your construction project. So since you've adopted CUPCA, you have a bid limit of $60,000. So anything under $60,000, you do not have to bid out that construction project. Anything between $60,000 and $200,000, you can do what's called informal bidding. And then anything over $200,000, you would be required to do formal bidding. And that's the same thing that's required for $15,000 projects if you don't adopt CUPCA. So you can see that gives you a lot more flexibility in moving your construction projects forward. Now, under California law, there are several options when you do get into this realm of having to bid out a construction project. The first option, which is kind of the default option, is called design bid build. The second option is called lease-leaseback. And this is an alternative project delivery method, which we'll be covering in a little bit. And then the third option is referred to as design build, and this is also an alternative delivery method. So all three of these methods can be chosen by a public agency, such as the college district, when you do have a construction project that's over the bid limit. So starting off with the first one, design bid build. Really this means that you're going to hire an architect who's going to design the building. That's where the design nomenclature comes in. Then you're going to take that design, you're going to bid it out, and then you're going to award the bid to the lowest bidder, and that's where the build comes in. So design bid build essentially means that you're going to hard bid, you're going to issue a bid for a construction project. Now this is the most widely accepted and widely applied delivery method because it's the default. This is what California law requires. So once completed, that design package that you hire the architect for, that's used to put together your bid packet. And then that bid packet is then issued to bidders. Once it's approved by DSA, it's issued to bidders. And then at that point, the district is required to select, if it's going to select anyone, it's required to select the lowest responsible bidder. You always have the option to reject all bids if you so chose, but If you are going to award the contract, it would have to go to the lowest responsible bidder. Some of the pros to this type of approach, it's a competitive process. Obviously, it's a blind bid, so all contractors look at the design specifications at the same time, and they turn in the bid at the same time, so that leads to good pricing for you. It's easy to manage in the sense that it's the most widely applied methodology, and so usually staff and consultants and the board are the most comfortable with it because it's the most common. And also you get to define the project prior to the bid. So you get to review your design with your architect, make sure that it's meeting your needs, and then that's submitted to DSA for approval. Some of the cons with regard to this delivery method is that it's easily taken advantage of by unscrupulous contractors. So what that means is that contractors can review your bid specifications when they open the bid, and they can identify where there may be holes in your design documents where you're going to have change orders down the road, and so they would undercut some of the bidding on that, knowing that there are going to be issues with it, and they can then submit change orders later on to make up that differential. Also, the design suffers from a lack of input from contractors and subcontractors because they cannot legally have input into the design. Under California law, they cannot see the design documents, the specifications, until you issue the bid, and you can only issue the bid once the bid is DSA approved. And so there's a pre-bid period where you and the architect, the district and the architect work together. Contractors are not involved in that until once the bid is issued, and at that point, that's the first time that they see. So if they see any issues with it, they can't bring it to your attention. And that kind of leads to the change orders, and it also leads to a lot of delays and claims and that types of things. So there's typically more potential for construction disputes via design bid build process. Okay, so going on to the first of the alternative delivery methods, this is called lease-leaseback. So this is permitted under California Education Code for school districts and community college districts to undertake this type of delivery method. Under this type of approach, we would not have to issue a bid. We would have to issue a request for proposals. And so request for proposals process gives you a lot more flexibility as the college district to set criteria in your RFP by which you're going to select a contractor via that RFP. That criteria is typically pricing, life cycle cost, safety record, technical expertise, that type of thing. So you can put that criteria into your RFP, and then once you get proposals from contractors, you would score that criteria, score those proposals based on that criteria, then that scoring would be brought back to you to approve the selected contractor. And so it's a very flexible methodology, and it's also very transparent in that all of the criteria is set by the district, and then the contractor is approved and the scoring is made public at a board meeting. Some of the pros with regard to lease-leaseback is that contractors are permitted to be involved in pre-construction services in terms of the contract. And so even before you have final approved plans from the Division of State Architect, you can bring on the contractor after we go through this RFP process. You can bring them on so that they can be involved in reviewing the plans, reviewing your budget, reviewing your schedule, giving you feedback on whether the project as is being designed is going to meet those mileposts for you. And so that's a very big benefit for lease-leaseback that is not available under design bid build. As a result of that process, then the contractor is going to ultimately end up giving the district a guaranteed maximum price. So they're going to go through that, you submit the plans, and then they would then give you a guaranteed maximum price as to how much that contract is going to be built for. They're guaranteeing that it's going to be built for that amount. That GMP, guaranteed maximum price, is then brought back to you, the board, who you would then consider that and approve it or not approve it based on whether you agreed with that GMP or not. So one of the cons is anecdotally, this is thought to be more expensive than bid projects. I mean, I haven't seen any peer-reviewed studies or anything like that, but anecdotally, if you're not having a blind bid, people think that typically then you're going to end up with higher cost. That's left for debate, but that is thought out there on this process. I think, that's countered, in my experience, that's countered by there being a lot less change orders and a lot less claims and a lot less litigation as a result of a lease-leaseback delivery method. In my experience, and I've done hundreds of these now, I really haven't seen, I've seen one really not work out, and that was because the owner of that contractor passed away kind of at the beginning of the project. His kids took it over, and they couldn't really manage the company that well. So that was the only scenario that I saw that didn't work out. Other than that, I think it's been a very successful delivery method for public agencies that I work with. Thirdly is design build. So typically what this means is that there's going to be the district on one side, and then you're going to hire one entity that's going to both design it and build it for you. And so typically that entity is going to be a contractor and an architect working together in a joint arrangement, or it's already going to be a company that has that capability. And so this type of arrangement also is very flexible for the district. If you did choose to undertake a project via this design build methodology, you could hire one entity to do both of those. Some of the pros with that is you have a single point of responsibility for both the design and the construction. You're going to enter into a contract via a request for proposals, typically. You have an RFP, you have criteria by which you're going to select that contractor, and then you're going to have one point of contact in that contract, and that point of contact is going to manage both the design and the construction. This is also beneficial to the district in that joint entity, they're going to be both involved with the design and the construction, and so you have that practical review of the design early on in the process, because you have the contractor who's also part of that arrangement. And then you also are going to get, in essence, a guaranteed maximum price. You're going to get a price for that construction that you're going to approve, and so they're going to have to live up to that pricing that you would then approve, which is a nice feature to have. Some of the cons with regard to this particular delivery method is that unless you define the scope very well and very clearly early on as the district, you can have issues down the road, because you're going to then turn over that design, and you would typically hire an architect to help you with the bridging documents, they're called, but that has to be done very well and very tight, because you're going to then hand over those plans, preliminarily, those plans to that design build entity, and then they're going to be running with it. And so you want to be sure that the character of your project, the specifications, and the layout and that type of thing are clear in your RFP, so that that entity has good direction moving forward. And then I think another con that I've noticed is that you're not going to have an architect representative on that project, because the architect is going to be the contractor. They're going to be that one entity. So in those other two delivery methods, you have the architect and a construction manager, typically, if you have that arrangement, as representatives that help the district manage the project. In a design build, you would not have that architect, because they're going to be on the side of the contractor in that particular arrangement. So that's a very quick, 10,000-foot overview of 3 different delivery options. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of these. I know that I've worked with Candace and staff on some of the resolutions that are coming before you, and that they've come up with criteria that are going to be attached to those resolutions that would be considered and would be brought forth to you in terms of how that criteria leads to that type of delivery method. So that's, I think, the next couple of items coming up. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Trustee Martin?
I'm trying to get my mind around it. So I have to simplify it. So let me take it down to, I'm going to add an addition on my house, something small and simple. In the first traditional method, which is what we did when we did add on our house, we had plans drawn, we got bids from contractors, we proceeded forward, and sure enough, we had not anywhere near the right number of electrical plugs where we wanted them in the house. So the wonderful electrician walked us around and we added all the necessary plugs, and then obviously proceeded to charge us an arm and a leg for each plug. Okay, I got it. In the second and third method, we're doing another complete design. This time the architect is the builder. And I still, after all is said and done and I have my guaranteed maximum price, come to the conclusion that I don't have all the electrical plugs I really need where I want them. What's different? At that point, what's different when I say, oh, yeah, now that I think about it, I want a plug here and there's not a plug here. How do I get a plug here?
Yeah.
What's different?
Well, state law is different, so you're going
Okay.
to have a lot more restrictions on how you contract for construction projects versus how you would do it at home. And so, you can't have that early contractor involvement that we talked about, which you could have in your home
No,
remodel.
I get those concepts, but when it comes to getting that plug on that wall,
Yeah.
and I've got a price that doesn't include the plug, I know in the old traditional method, he's going to give me a price and I'm going to gulp and I'm going to decide how much do I really want this plug.
Right.
What happens in design build when I want the plug on the wall?
We have a contract, a design build contract with that the contractor architect,
Yes.
which makes them responsible for those types of design deficiencies. And so if there are design deficiencies that lead to change orders that are their responsibility, they would be the ones that would have to pay for that. If there are change orders that come because we ask for changes, we say, you know what, we really wanted marble on these walls instead of just plaster, we can ask for that, but we'll have to pay for it. But if there are issues with, we didn't put, we hired you, we wanted a lab, but you didn't put any outlets in this lab, that's obviously your responsibility, and so you would therefore be
Okay, and I
architect entity,
Yeah.
you're responsible for
And
that.
I understand that, but I would have to believe at this level and at this scale in a design bid build, we would have plugs in a lab. And in our case, there were plugs in the room. It's just we wanted, more plugs in the room. It'd be more of your marble to plaster example. Aren't we right back where we were in the first case where what's the price for marble instead of plaster now that we think about it?
No, I
No.
think because we can't have the early contractor involvement as a public agency under design bid build, so that's a blind, we open the bids on day one, and then they see, oh, well, you probably are going to want outlets in this room, we're going to change order, and you're going to be responsible for that. In lease-leaseback, the second option, or design build, we can have the contractor in the room reviewing the plans, telling us, well, you need this, you have a lab, but you don't have any outlets in there. You're going to need that in there. Let's put them in there so we don't get to the dispute part. We get to the fixing it part earlier.
Yeah,
So we avoid
I
that
get that
dispute.
if my room didn't have any outlets. But if I'm asking for plaster and then later we decide marble's better because we've had an epiphany.
Then that would be the responsibility of the contracting agency, the district. If you have a owner-driven change order, if you said in the design process, yeah, plaster's fine, they design plaster, the contractor bids on plaster because that's in the design, and then we start seeing it, we're like, oh, shoot, you know what, we really would like marble, then that's our responsibility, and we would have to pay for that.
And we're kind of in the same scenario with both cases. How much does it cost me now that I've changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you'd be in the same scenario.
So in those cases. So I'm sorry, but at a high level, both cases come down in my mind to how thoroughly whoever's designing this, how thoroughly they design it and think through all those kinds of details, like do you want plaster or marble or why? How many plugs do you really want and why? Because in the end, as you're walking through it and you're getting ideas and you're seeing things, it's going to cost, if it's on you and you're going to pay for it.
Yes. But the difference is in those latter, the alternative delivery methods, you can have the contractor in that discussion in the room with the architect, the district,
In
and
the latter two
contractor,
methods,
and
but not in the
first method.
former.
And so they can help engender that discussion and avoid those issues down the line.
So I understand the concept of lease and lease back and then design build, but I'm trying to understand the differences between the two.
Yes. So really the main difference is design build is you're going to have one entity that's going to be the designer and the builder, versus lease-leaseback, you have an architect, the district, the contractor. That's the main difference. They're both going to be RFP. They're both going to have criteria. Really the benefit of design build is if you have a technically challenging project, maybe a lab, maybe some kind of auditorium with, orchestra type of acoustics, a design build entity is probably going to be better for that because they can bring a lot of expertise and they're going to be responsible for both the design and the construction, that type of thing. And it's a little bit quicker in that regard. So, and that's going to go.
But if I do lease back,
Yes.
I'm not picking at the beginning,
You're doing an RFP, bringing on a contractor. That contractor then comes into the room with the architect, with the district, and they can review the designs at that point and help you identify all the issues to avoid those problems down the line.
Yeah, I still don't understand the difference between the two, but maybe it's just me. So, okay.
I mean, I typically do like a 4-hour workshop on this.
Yeah.
I was asked to do 10 minutes, so obviously it's a lot of information.
Trustee Silver?
And it would help my old ears if you could move that microphone a little closer.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Great. So my sticking point is lease-leaseback. I'm familiar with a property owner who leases their property to somebody else and then rents it back. So what is being leased and what is being leased back?
Excellent question. Yeah, so in lease-leaseback, the district would lease the project site to the contractor. The contractor then leases back that project site to the district, and then those payments that go back on that second lease, that's going to be the construction payments and the lease payments. So that's a process that's set out in the statutes as to how to do that, and it gives the district an alternative delivery method if you undertake that process.
Why would we want to rent back our own property that we've had for 100 years?
Because you get the property back with a new project built on it. So it's a mechanism that the legislature put into the education code and public contract code, as an option for districts to deliver construction projects. But you don't just lease back the property.
It's wrapping the rental payment. The rental payment cloaks the construction payment.
You have two components to it. So you're going to have, during the time of construction, we would make progress improvement payments, which means we're making the construction payments to the contractor. So let's say the project is $1 million. We're building a new building for $1 million. We do a lease back. We have the facilities lease and the site lease where we lease back. Then during the course of construction, we would, for argument's sake, we would pay $900,000 in progress payments to the contractor during the course of construction. When construction is complete, then we typically have a 1-year to 18-month lease period where we would pay them the remaining $100,000 as lease payments.
Thank you.
Well, I'm looking at Tammy, and she looks like my brain feels. It seems like it's a legalese to do the exact same thing as design build. It's just maybe there's a different paperwork you sign, but in the end,
you get a construction project delivered to the district. This is just how we procure it and how we contract for it. You're going to pay essentially the same. It's just gives the district more flexibility. And as those kind of bullet points we're trying to point out, it gives you benefits depending on which type of process you select.
Trustee Wang?
Thank you again, Mr. Santana, for coming to present this to us. I know we've had multiple discussions about this in our facilities subcommittee. It took me a second to wrap my head around it as well, but I think what was important about this is that, one, it could potentially shorten the timeline of certain projects, and that before we move forward with one of these alternative design delivery methods, based on what we had discussed in the facilities subcommittee, Mr. Lorette and VP Jones will be providing us like why we are using each of those methods. And I think that why is important because, not the why, excuse me, that this is important because it gives the district more flexibility as we move forward. That's why it's been used in other districts as well. And I think that's for me the core component of this entire enterprise. There are kind of the mechanisms that are very technical and sometimes slightly confusing, but I think it's the spirit of it that I think is what's really important here.
Trustee Silver.
So if we vote on these two resolutions tonight, does that just give us the option to choose one of those two in addition to traditional bidding? So we're not selecting, we're opening options.
That's right, and
That's
I'll
a
pivot
great
it over.
segue. That's a great segue. So yes, so let me just walk through at a high level the district process. So you all normally see in your board packets a bid authorization. So in any case, any construction process that we want to bid, we will first come to the board with a bid authorization packet. One great piece of advice that we received from the board facility subcommittee was a part of that packet should include the analysis and the rationale as to why the district is moving in that direction. And so we included as a part of your packets a copy of that rubric. So the bid authorization agenda item would be to you all at board packet review, as well as the analysis piece, as well as the district's recommendation and why. So those pieces become a part of your analysis and your questioning when we have those process. And we agreed that we would always give analysis for a minimum of 2. Most likely the traditional design bid build, now I'm like in my mind, and then our design build or design bid build and lease back, so that there is a comparison as to why we're suggesting, so the board has some more context as to what is leading the district in one direction or the other. So that would always come to you all before we actually go out and bid any project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm ready.
I'm
Trustee Martin.
question, comment. So I'm still trying to understand. Still trying to understand it, but I'm going to tell you my assessment, and have been in charge of building, besides the addition, several larger projects for certain organizations. And in the end, the number one thing where we spent an enormous amount of time was finding the proper architect for the specific facility that we were trying to develop, and thereafter finding the proper contractors that had the expertise and specialty in that area, which is an argument for the latter two, but works just as equally on the former design bid build. In our experiences, where I found comfort in design bid build that wasn't mentioned in your presentation was the architect that is designing these plans and getting them through DSA and all the proper clearances has a vested interest in making sure that he or she or the company or whomever has done a good job and adequate work. So where I found that advantageous was when change orders did arise, the architect served in somewhat like a somewhat neutral official to help resolve between me and the builder whether this really was a viable change order, a proper change order, and a reasonable amount for that change order based on their experience, because after all, it's their plan that's being changed, and they are being paid by me to do this, and they're not being paid by the contractor or a single bid. Because I obviously, when we build projects, we want to be fair to our construction companies. And what you don't want is, because there is a set price, a construction company or architect, knowing what their fee's going to be no matter what, looking for ways to save time or cut corners, or where maybe a better product would be a better service, they're going with the same product of lesser value that accomplishes the same task, because in the end, their price is the same. So to the extent of my limited experience designing sport parks and gymnasiums and things, the architect being the independent neutral that had good understanding of those kinds of criteria and could stand up and say this is insufficient substitution because they were supposed to be more on my side than their side, I found extremely advantageous in making sure that a building wasn't just delivered on time, but in the end really met all the hidden important criteria that we were looking for in our structures.
Trustee Arcelin.
Sam, if you know, can you break out community colleges, let's say statewide, and what percentage of them use each of the three different methods?
I'll start and then turn over to Mr. Santana. So we, at least in our local area, both LACCD uses both methods, Kern County, Mount Sac, San Diego Community College District, Kern Community College District. I mean, it's becoming more because now, I think the code from DSA was back in 2016. So it's been a while now that the Division of State Architect has allowed these methods, that it's very pervasive in K-12. And so I think community colleges are really starting to take, advantage of the possibilities there. I just want to, and then I'll throw it to Sam, I want to address one piece. One idea or to think is we're not saying we're not going to do design bid build projects. It's just one of the additional, these are two additional pieces in which there may be projects that are very, very appropriate for design bid build. And we want to keep that, and we want to be cognizant of when those steps, those pieces are in place, that we go in that direction. Serafian Building is a wonderful example of that. We're making really great progress on that project, and it's gone well. We've had some of the pros and cons that Mr. Santana has mentioned, we've had in the Serafian project. So we just want to make sure that we have other methods that we can consider as we're working through the bond work groups locally, as we also think through timelines related to some of the projects we're wanting to deliver for the 100 years celebration. And so it may benefit us for considering these pieces. And they do, both lease-leaseback and design-build, offer some additional interactions with our campus constituents, with architects and the construction professionals, to really gauge what they need at the time when they're sort of, moving that forward. And so there's a lot of flexibility and interaction that we think is going to be valuable for some of these projects. And some of the projects that don't provide that value, we certainly will move in the design bid build direction. But
Sure, yeah. No, I think that's an excellent answer. I don't know a percentage off the top of my head, but certainly I would hazard a guess that the majority of K-12 and CCD public agencies use alternative delivery methods. Some of them favor one over the other. Some of them use a myriad of the options. But I think by far probably the most popular is design bid build, because it's the de facto, it's the go-to, and also the majority of construction projects undertaken by public agencies are of a smaller nature. Not everyone has a new bond that they can fund new buildings with, that they need more flexibility with. So hopefully that answers your question somewhat.
Trustee Silver?
Since by voting aye on these two, all it does is give us options. We're not selecting the actual style. I move that we approve, what's the letter now? Where are we?
It's 12 and 13.
K,
Yeah. K 12 and
12 and 13.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I'm just, if I may, I appreciate the administration weighing in like you did, and I think that's a sound argument. So I want to be open to that in the future for those special nuances. But so despite my comments, I'm voting in favor of this now, and we'll see what happens with each piece as they come.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have, I think Candace, you're up there on COVID. Yes, okay.
You get me again. Thank you.
This one, right? Yes. Still don't get it. This is the.
Yeah, right, and I don't know why you have to go legal mumbo jumbo either. It seems like
All right, good evening, trustees. This evening, there is a resolution 768 concerning the rescission of the emergency orders for the COVID pandemic at Pasadena City College. Kind of want to walk through some of the thinking and the rationale and stakeholder input, and then give a formal recommendation for your consideration. All right, so we'll walk through the emergency orders, discuss really briefly the PCC pandemic response, review some of our stakeholder input, a recommendation, and then discuss some transition plans, and then, of course, field questions. So just to sort of couch us in where we were, the state of emergency was issued by the state of California in March 4th, 2020, by the federal government, March 13th of 2020. And then the Board of Trustees at Pasadena City College adopted Resolution 641, which was an intent to declare emergency conditions exist at Pasadena City College. That followed on our board meeting on March 18th. A little bit about PCC's pandemic response. So we worked really closely with the City of Pasadena Health Department. PCC coordinated our indoor masking protocols, our social distancing. They visited campus regularly, as well as our vaccination protocols. Our COVID-19 response decisions followed the City of Pasadena health guidelines rather than the Los Angeles County guidelines. So it's important to note that Pasadena has its own health department and its own orders that they issue that PCC is obligated to comply with. We implemented weekly testing programs, masking protocols, safety standards for cleaning, HEPA air purifiers, and became really the core pieces of PCC safety program, contact tracing, COVID-19 dashboards, data dashboards, which tracked our positivity rates and campus exposures. And then this gradual return programs to campus facilitated really on-campus services for our students. And so that began with some groups as early as late 2020 into 2021, where some staff were coming back a couple days a week, multiple days, and that sort of ramped up. So we sort of gradually made that directional shift. Related to our COVID positivity rates, so just couching it in this year, so since January of 2023, PCC's COVID-19 positivity rates have not exceeded 3.30%. Since the pandemic began, they've never exceeded 7%. Our highest was like 6.8%. Which is significantly lower than the City of Pasadena and Los Angeles County, 10 to 15% lower than many of those surrounding communities, depending on different times. Our largest spikes typically happen after holiday closures or Thanksgiving or spring break or long weekends. We tend to have, you'll see the numbers tick and then go back down. But generally speaking, this is the dashboard as of last week. there was a 1.72 positivity rate. Stakeholder feedback. So the administration has worked diligently in gaining stakeholder feedback from our various constituent groups throughout 2021, 22, and 23. The feedback actually resulted in the rescission of PCC's indoor masking mandate for spring 2023 semester. We issued that direction in November of 2022. But at that time, the campus community had shared that they wanted to continue the masking mandate through at least spring of 2023, and for us to come back to constituent groups to have those conversations. In February of 2023, the administration opened conversations with stakeholders regarding the rescission of PCC's vaccination mandates for students, faculty, and staff. We did lots of road shows. We went to each of the constituent group meetings to talk about the change and then ask them to collect feedback from their constituents and then receive that back so that that could be input related to any future recommendations. So I'll walk through really briefly the information that I received from those groups. So students received a survey that said, do you think PCC should end the vaccine mandate for students? So about 30% said yes, about 46% said no, and we have this really ambiguous category of the 25%, which was not sure. The really great thing about this data is we had 4,912 students who did participate in the survey, so I think it's a real solid number of feedback loop for the college. This is our classified staff. There were close to 175, 200 responses, so 174 responses. And they asked their constituents 2 questions, whether or not they thought that PCC should eliminate the student vaccination requirement for in-person class for students, and they asked the same, whether it should be a condition of employment. And you'll see on the classified side, for students, they sort of lean towards yes, we should eliminate it. They were split right down the middle. We love exact splits, but they were split down the middle as it relates to whether or not it should be a condition of employment. Our faculty input, we attended the Academic Senate meeting in March, and so they just did a roll call for each of their divisions, and I captured their feedback. So athletics division was supportive of removing the vaccination requirement. English division said keep it. Natural sciences said keep the vaccination requirement. Social sciences, and their language is very specific, so I want to call this. They specifically said there was no opposition to removing the vaccination requirement. So I wanted to capture their language exactly. The math division had some mixed feedback, but it sort of leaned towards keeping the vaccination requirement. Business division was split 50-50, mixed feedback. Non-credit supported removing the vaccination requirement. Health science supported removing the vaccination requirement when the decision was based on science. And they just gave us feedback that they wanted to make sure that we were flexible, that at any time anything changes, that we should make sure that we take a step back from the college and then make any adjustments that we need to do. Our management association also provided feedback. About 56% said that no area should have a vaccination mandate, 56 or 57%. They then broke down the various groups. So from their perspective, they had shared that it should be mandated. 32% said it should be mandated for students. So then the opposite would be true. You know, about 70% said it shouldn't be mandated for students. Staff and faculty, they said 37% said it should be mandated. So the opposite would be the case for that. Let's see, 62% should not be mandated. And then I'll walk through a little bit of our rationale and recommendation. And so in all of these, you know, we really try to be diligent about gaining feedback, but using a variety of data points in order to make a recommendation. So we genuinely appreciate and value the feedback that we get from these surveys, but it can't be the only way in which we make recommendations to the board about what direction the college should go. And so I'll walk you a little bit through the rationale and then what the formal recommendation is. So we've had really recently many rescissions of the COVID-19 orders. So the state of California, Gavin Newsom rescinded orders on February 28th. The city of Pasadena rescinded their COVID emergency orders on March 13th. LA County, March 31st, 2023. And then the federal government is set to rescind all COVID emergency orders on May 11, 2023. And so those agencies are signaling, and the new language that they're starting to use is that terminating the health emergency orders will shift intervention measures from local entities like Pasadena City College or any of our city governments, from local entities to individuals and their healthcare providers. So instead of it sort of being on the local entity to enforce those pieces, that they really think that the pandemic has gotten to a point where we can sort of start shifting those responsibilities back to individuals. This is a lot, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. Widespread, there's a lot. The city of Pasadena, their vaccination rates are over 92%, and so most of Pasadena, city of Pasadena, I was with our associated students today, and they reminded me really greatly that many of our students come from out of district, in non-city of Pasadena areas. And so I did check with LA County, their vaccinations, they're not as high as the city of Pasadena, but they're like 88% of most citizens are vaccinated. And so consequently, mandating vaccinations may not be necessary for our community safety. The pandemic has evolved. Where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago is very different than where we're at today. We've got lots of treatments available. The hospitalization rates are very, very low. It is sort of trending towards more like flu-like kind of symptoms and cases, as opposed to where we were seeing at the beginning of the pandemic, high number of hospitalization rates, high number of deaths. It's not the case today. And so there may be some consideration for us to really rethink those pieces. Respect for individual choice and medical autonomy is one of those pieces. As the emergency conditions go away, it makes it more challenging for the district to then require these pieces, because those mandates, which we really used previously to help support the decision for the college, are no longer there. There is some decreased public concern. That doesn't mean that we don't have members of our community that are not concerned with the pandemic, but the feeling is very different out there. I mean, many of us are in this room without masks. I'd say a year ago, it was very different than how we felt about the pandemic, or just how we were managing it on a day-to-day basis. And then reducing the administrative, it is a large enterprise to run the COVID protocols, whether it's continuing testing. All vaccine mandates have to be uploaded, reviewed. They go to a third-party company to validate whether they're valid or not. And so there's a big piece of this where we could really start considering reallocating those resources to other pressing needs of the college, rather than to continuing to support the COVID mandates today. So with that, with approval from the Board of Trustees, this evening I'm asking that we approve the resolution 768, which rescinds the emergency orders and powers that at the time in 2020 were delegated to the superintendent president, and end the emergency conditions at Pasadena City College. The second piece of that is that Pasadena City College will no longer require proof of vaccination for in-person classes or as a condition of employment. But the rescission of orders will be effective immediately for employment actions, but we would like to recommend that they be effective for in-person classes in fall of 2023. A lot of great feedback came in that, again, doing something really quickly. I mean, a lot of students have already started enrolling for summer classes. We have faculty who have already agreed to teach those classes under the conditions that they had agreed to, or at least that they understood at that time. And so we're hopeful that if we sort of signal the decision of the board to this community that there's enough time for folks to make their own individual decisions. I do want to note, though, that any collective bargaining unit who wish to maintain the COVID-19 vaccination as an employment condition can do so by discussing it with our Vice President of Human Resources. So there's always that possibility. Last piece, and anytime we make a recommendation, it's really important that we come up with a transition plan. Change is not easy, change is difficult, and so we really need to be mindful and intentional about how we think through the transition and how we get people comfortable with the new decisions. And so our plan is to continue to offer, instead of having on-site campus testing where we have medical professionals here giving tests, we're going to transition to having available self-administered test kits to students, faculty, and staff who wish to check their COVID status. We're going to need to work through what that process looks like, but we're really thoughtful and intentional in thinking about particularly our students who are not insured, COVID sort of testing protocols. I mean, I know I can go to Kaiser and show my card and they give me some tests, right? And I get to walk out. Not all of our students are really in that situation. It's possible that some of our faculty are also not in that situation and our staff who are not in that situation. So we want to give the ability for them to still be able to continue to have access to these resources on campus. And so we're going to be working through a process for that. We want to make available counseling resources, so personal counseling to discuss any concerns related to the transition, because it's important that individuals have the ability to talk to someone, particularly if there's any anxiety related to the decision, that we can work through that, or they have a professional to work through that. We are committed to maintaining the availability of KN94 masks at all student service areas. So if anybody at any point, feels uncomfortable, they can pull a mask in any of the office areas and other community spaces. We'll continue our use of air filtration units located in all of our classrooms. You see them here in this room this evening, to continue our cleaning practices. And then the last is to maintain our cleaning standards and the availability of hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes. The college is committed to doing that through the fall of 2023 semester, and then reevaluating where we're at that point. Any questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Kwan.
So for bargaining unit members that, for whatever reason, maybe they have, they're immunocompromised and they believe that they need to be around vaccinated people, is it the intent that the district will engage in the reasonable accommodation process to help accommodate those to the extent reasonably possible to protect what they perceive as a health and safety risk?
So I'm going to answer that in two ways. So bargaining unit members would always work with their union representatives to discuss whatever concerns that they have, and then their union representation would bring that to the district for consideration. As it relates to accommodation practices, those practices always go through our Human Resources office, and anyone could engage that interactive process related to their health.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to move approval of the administrative recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion?
I just have a quick thank you, VP Jones, for this presentation and the collection of data from every segment of the community here on campus. I just want to recognize that the pandemic isn't over. I think it's important for us to recognize. It is true that jurisdiction after jurisdiction have been executing rescissions of COVID-19 orders and states of emergency and things of that nature. But I want to recognize that, it's certainly not over. This morning I woke up and there was news of a newly transmissible variant that's manifesting in different ways. And I also want to recognize the fact that the feedback that we get, as very often is the case, is split. And so that I appreciate the thoughtful recommendation here. But I also just wanted to recognize for my colleagues here, we just heard from the associated students about incorporating student perspectives and preferences. And, 4,912 responses is not an insignificant amount of students to respond to anything. Certainly not one survey like this, and it is an overwhelming number that does not want to see the vaccine mandate end. And these students are the ones who are going to be in the classrooms impacted by this. So, I just want that to be food for thought. I don't think I'm pushing either way in this case, because I think the recommendation makes a lot of sense, and I want to recognize, the respect for individual choice. I want to recognize the need to reduce the administrative burden, especially as CARES funding and things of that nature start going away, or, it is already in that process, but I just wanted to call attention to that before we make this vote. Thank you.
Trustee Wing, I just want to, and then Trustee Chan can kind of back me up. So I spent a good bit of time with our associated students today, just walking through the recommendation and really working through the pieces of the rationale for the decision. I think by and large, the group really understood the directional pieces. Some of the feedback that they shared was twofold. One, in which the way in which we ask questions doesn't always provide context. So it's possible if we'd asked the question, should Pasadena City College align with the City of Pasadena's health programs? What do you think? It could have gotten, we don't want to diminish the fact of what they said. And so we want to be respectful of what we received. But a lot of times context is not always given. And so they are genuinely reacting to something from an emotional context and picking yes or no. Just as very similar with our classified staff, our faculty, and our student and our larger staff or management association. So, each of us sort of comes to words on a piece of paper that leads us down one direction or not. One of the really positive feedbacks that we received from associated students today, that they were really impressed with the transition plan. They thought it was thoughtful and really helpful, that, hey, we still have a lot of time to get anybody to where they need to be. And then it makes a lot of sense for us to kind of signal those pieces now. It's actually, associated students is the reason why we actually designated fall 2023, because during our masking piece, they also gave feedback. We've got to signal to students early. So as they're registering for those terms, they know what they're signing up for early. And that's the reason why we delayed the indoor masking rescission, the strongly recommended language to the piece. So if, I don't know if Trustee Chan has any, Student Trustee Chan has any other additional feedback, but we spent a good amount of time on it today.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did have a very robust discussion today about this. So when we first looked at the survey, the discussion among the associate students was pretty much similar to what it appears is divided between yes or no. And then as we were looking into their survey, we realized that it doesn't provide any context, like Candace said. It was just asking if PCC should end the vaccine mandate for students. And then as Candace explained, that we also have to consider other aspects. For example, the ending of the emergency grant. So if we continue to apply this vaccine mandate, it might affect the other student activity and the student resources. And then I felt Candace brought a good point that it was actually discouraging our students from enrolling PCC because of our vaccine mandate. She brought up a good example for athletes, that they have exemptions for the vaccine mandate, so they could choose other community college over PCC. And through discussion, we thought it would make more sense if we follow the health department. We took their advice in the beginning of the pandemic when we think that we need the vaccine mandate. And as associate students, we just think it makes more sense if we continue to follow the guidelines, since that's what we have been doing throughout the whole pandemic. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Martin.
I realize, I follow the science, and I appreciate the science, and was a strong proponent of getting vaccinated and all that. But I obviously made the motion, and I in particular really was appreciated the transition plan. But I'm also sitting here tonight knowing a close African-American friend of mine, shortly after being vaccinated, suffered a very severe heart attack, and we thought we were going to lose him, and we didn't. And my wife's aunt is in the hospital on a ventilator at this very moment in ICU. That all originated after she got a vaccination within just a couple of days. And I know the science points to the wonderfulness of the vaccinations, and I've been vaccinated and boosted in the whole deal. But it's hard for me to make people do that and I can tell you one other less fortunate friend, again, African American, I just think that might be coincidental, who didn't make it after being vaccinated. There is that side to it. So it was easy for me to make this motion.
I'm going to call a vote on this. Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions?
Respectfully, nay.
Okay. Okay. 1 nay and I abstain. 1 abstention. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the resolution in recognition of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 15 through 19 together.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Superintendent President's Report.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Commencement season is here. We are very excited to celebrate with all of our graduating students. If you are a graduating student and you can hear me, because they're watching this, I know, Grad Fest is tomorrow at the PCC bookstore. It's a chance to purchase PCC swag and your cap and gown if you haven't already, so don't miss out. The main event, just for everybody's review, is Friday, May 5th, Robinson Stadium at 7 p.m. We will have the honor ceremony preceding that at 5 p.m., and there's a reception prior to that at 4:30. So basically, 4:30 reception, 5 honors, 7 graduation. But we also have some additional celebrations. This coming Friday, we have the International Students graduation, Friday, April 21st at 4 p.m. Then we have the Black Excellence Celebration, Friday, April 21st at 5:30, starts at 5:30. And then the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American Celebration, that's also Friday, April 21st at 6:30 p.m. So many of us up here, I think, are going to be doing the mad dash across campus to make it to all 3 of those events on the same day. But that's okay. We've got a lot of people to celebrate. And then on Saturday, Pasadena City College and the PCC Photography Program will be hosting the first ever William G. Erickson Photography Competition and Scholarship event. This day of celebration of photography will feature a panel discussion with industry-leading photographers, Jana Ireland and Texas Isaiah, an exhibition of competition finalists in the college's Boone Family Gallery, and an exhibition of William G. Erickson's photographic masterworks, and the announcement of the 16 competition award winners and an open reception. The event and competition are funded through a generous gift from the William G. Erickson Foundation. This opportunity that culminated in a gift of $1 million to the PCC Foundation was brought to us by former PCC trustee Linda Waugh, who is a member of the William G. Erickson Foundation Board of Directors. The PCC Foundation and Visual Arts, Media Studies, and Library Division work closely with the Erickson Foundation to coordinate the event. Competition prizes will total over $20,000 in scholarships, and the judges will include photographers Ireland and Isaiah, as well as PCC photography faculty Chris O'Leary and Erickson Foundation trustee Nancy Lem. The exhibition of student finalists will be open to the public in the Boone Family Gallery on April 17th and will feature 60 works of competition. And we will do this reception will be on Saturday starting at 3:30. And if you're interested, please let Chris McPeak know so we know you're coming. And then on Monday, the President's Latino Advisory Committee Noche de Excelencia event, Monday, April 24th at 6 o'clock, where $10,000 in scholarships will be given out. The Veterans Resource Graduation will be Wednesday, April 26th at 5:30 p.m. The Undocu graduation will be Wednesday, April 26th at 6 p.m. So again, lots of running in between, especially because they're in two different physical locations. The Lavender graduation will be Thursday, April 27th at 6 p.m. and the Latinx Latino graduation will be Friday, April 28th at 6 p.m. And the core Continuing the Journey Day of Celebration will be Saturday, May 6th from 12 to 4. As well, the PCC Hall of Fame, the PCC Foundation will be hosting the Pasadena City College Hall of Fame celebration at Robinson Stadium at 11 a.m. on Saturday, May 13th. The inductees are J.C. Barnett, Jim Lejay, Walt Butler, Jesse Roberts, Dennis Gassard, Elizabeth Haskett Holsheiser, Joellen Zwaniger, I don't think I said that correctly, sorry, Elise King, James Griffin, John Rudd, who unfortunately is not with us, Biljana Bozanak, and Kelly Hall, who's now Kelly Guzman. And they will also be inducting the following teams: the 1974 football team, the 1977 football team, and the 1978 track team. So again, the foundation is the contact point for that. So clearly there's a lot going on in the next few weeks. Also, in addition to the resolution passed by the board this evening on Monday, April 24th, the Armenian Students Association will be hosting the Armenian Genocide Vigil in the Quad at noon. We had the honor of distributing more than $873,000 in grant funding to the second cohort of Community Excellent Grant recipients earlier this month. Many thanks to the PCC Foundation for administering this program. We received 63 proposals and 31 projects received funding. There are too many projects for me to cover each one of them, especially because it's late. But it's thrilling to see such a broad variety of ideas coming to fruition as a result of this program. We also honored recipients of the Above and Beyond Awards last week, staff and faculty who have distinguished themselves in their work over the last year. We also honored the RISR and Campus Special Recognition Award recipients, and you'll hear more about them as we get closer to graduation. And just before this meeting, I had a chance to celebrate with faculty members who have been granted tenure this year by all of you in March. It was especially fun because this group of faculty were the first faculty members I hired when I arrived 4 years ago, and so we came into PCC together. I also want to highlight chemistry student Selena Yu, who is one of 413 students nationwide to earn a Barry Goldwater Scholarship. Congratulations to her. Also, a huge shout out to chemistry professor Dr. Jillian Blatty, who will deliver the Distinguished Women in Science seminar at Stanford University in May. This is typically given by professors at four-year institutions. This student-driven seminar series gives the opportunity to interact with prominent female role models in the science community, according to their website. So excellent job, Dr. Blatty. And from the economic development area, PCC has been awarded a Regional Equity and Recovery Partnership grant of $53,000 from the Chancellor's Office. This will connect us with workforce development boards locally and at the state to help folks find high-quality work in the wake of the pandemic. And finally, the PCC Small Business Development Center is providing outreach and technical assistance to small business recipients of the economic opportunity grants given by the county. We're also hosting 2 local events, April 24th at PCC Rosemead and May 1st at PCC Northwest. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Enrollment strategies. Dr. Ramirez and Dr. Alatwani.
No, I think it's going to be Dr. Ivelisse.
Oh, okay.
Needed to
Good
update
evening.
their
So
PowerPoint.
thank you again for giving us an opportunity to share a little bit about what we're doing to support enrollment. I want to first thank Dr. Miriam Altunji for being a great partner the last couple of months in doing these presentations. Tonight, I'll be joined by Dr. Brenda Ivelisse, our new Vice President of Student Services. So thank you. Okay, so just to go back to what we were talking about, the student-centered funding formula, specifically the success metrics, which is by one of the ways that the college is going to get funded moving forward when they implement the student-centered funding formula. And what I'm going to share today, or what we are going to share today, is how we compare to other colleges within our region, and then I'm going to share a little bit about how we are across the state in some of these areas.
Dr. Ramirez, can you speak into the microphone a little more?
Yes.
Thank
Is
you.
that better?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing we looked at was our success in degrees and certificates. So the first thing I want to note is if you look at the bars in gray, that is the number of degrees that were conferred in 21-22. I compared Pasadena to Cerritos, Chaffey, Citrus, Glendale, Mount Sac, and Rio Hondo. Those are the colleges, single district colleges that are within our region that we tend to compete with. And as you can see, as far as degrees are concerned, we surpass all of the colleges in our region. In fact, when I look at the data statewide, we are in the top 20% across the state for the number of degrees conferred. The reason why we look at raw numbers and not percentages is because the way that we're funded is based on the number of students that actually get a degree, not the percentage. And remember, we're an open access institution. So students can start at Pasadena City College anytime, they can stop out anytime, they can come full-time, part-time, and so the time to completion or degree varies depending on the students that we're looking at. So the Chancellor's Office funds really on just the degrees that are conferred. As far as certificates, we struggle a little bit there. We're working on that across the campus to support our CTE programs. And again, I just wanted to point out that a lot of the students that we service when we're looking at degrees and certificates are not necessarily always here to just get a degree or certificate, right? They may want to just get some job skills. They may want to retool to move up on their career ladder, or they just may want to transfer without that degree. So do you want to share a little bit about what we're doing to support?
Hi, y'all. So Dr. Ivelisse, I do want to say for Miriam, I appreciate her stepping in the last few months as well in supporting. So here are some strategies. She's right behind me because we work as a team. And so if there's additional questions that you might have, she's going to help me with this. But some of the things that we do is auto-awarding various transfer degrees, AAs, and certificates. We're also working on a communication plan for students to get students to complete. Additional things that we're working on is going back and increasing awarding degrees to students who completed locally but have issues with external transcripts. So lots of different efforts specifically around degrees and certificates and increasing those and looping back to students to get them to complete.
So the next data element that we look at is math and English completion, and that is within 1 year of them starting Pasadena City College or any community college, and they have to be first-time students. So as you can see, we surpass 21-22, and we continue to surpass all of our competitive institutions. Statewide average is at 17%. So on average, any college, 17% of their students complete math and English within a year of starting. We're at 22%. So we have really good math and English faculty. They work really hard. We're not only implementing AB 705, but they engage in a lot of professional development to make sure that they're doing all the right things to support all of our students.
And we have various services available for students, including tutoring, basic needs, counseling, etc. Note on the math and English completion, it really is a success metric because we know it's a barrier for students in order to achieve completion. And so having these high rates is kudos for the work that's done here and will continue to grow.
One other thing to note, that statewide, we are in the top 10% of colleges success rate for math and English completion, and we are the only single college district in the top 10. So we're only rivaled by Los Rios, LACCD. We're doing really well with math and English completion overall. The next one is transfer. Yes, clap. Yay. Yes. Woohoo! So for transfer, again, statewide, we are in the top 10%, and we are the only single college district that is in the top 10%. Yes.
Now, when you're saying top 10%, you're still referring to raw numbers. So when you said LACCD, you're saying in that massive district that our numbers are in striking range.
Right.
Raw numbers, not percentage.
Top 10%.
Wow.
Top
That's
10.
Awesome.
Okay, so for transfer, as you can see, we still surpass all of our competitors. There's a lot of work that we're doing individually with students, not only in the classroom, but out of the classroom. Our transfer center has done an amazing job at making sure that we continue to be competitive, and not only with our local colleges, but also with some of our colleges on the other side of town.
Yes, and so we have transfer agent symposium. We have, again, increasing communication and outreach to students to complete transfer, meet those deadlines. The transfer center is a complete experience. So it's not just encouraging students to transfer, but it's working with them to develop those applications, following up for those that have not been admitted to their dream school and want to appeal that. So it's really a holistic approach to it. So lots working on lots.
And for those of you that participated in our honors transfer recognition night, that was amazing. You can see that a lot of our students in our honors program are really being mentored and supported to make sure that they're completing their transfer careers goals. The next one is CTE 9 units, and here is where we need a little bit of work, and we are working on it collectively as an institution. CTE 9 units has to do with students that choose CTE as a major. They finish 9 units within a year. We're looking at some of our high unit certificates, so we do have quite a number of certificates that we offer, but they may be more than 9 units, and so it traditionally takes students a little bit longer. The strategy with certificates in CTE is to make sure that they yield high-wage jobs, right? That they're very employable. And so we work very closely with the Freeman Center to make sure students get the support they need to be career-ready. We're developing internships and work-based learning. We're trying to formalize that across the campus a little bit more to get students into that workforce.
And there's also intentional work building between non-credit and credit. And creating a solid bridge there for our students. So lots of work on supporting students into livable wages.
And the next metric is attaining a living wage. So for our CTE unit, for our CTE students that complete a program within a year after they leave PCC, are they being gainfully employed? So our numbers percentage-wise, we're at about 36%. We still have some work to do. Again, we're working with the Freeman Center, and most recently, we're trying to get more apprenticeship programs going, working with not only PUSD, but the city of Pasadena. You may recall we received 5 grants from the Chancellor's Office to support development of apprenticeship programs, and those are typically high-wage, high-employable careers.
Resume building, career. Let me pull this because I'm not going to do justice without this. We have events that went through the Freeman Center and other places, the career advising appointments, resume building, as well as the annual spring job fair and other events that bring in over 800 employment opportunities for our students.
And so where are we today? So just a little snapshot. We're working on the auto award process through student services. So as of now, we're at about 1,600, I can't see. ADTs at about 1,148, certificates 601, and then local associate degrees 2,034.
Correct. Good job, y'all.
Any questions? No. Kudos to all of our administrators, staff, and faculty for really making sure PCC is in the top across the state. Yes. Yeah. Yay.
First, echo those kudos. I can't follow a question without saying that. And I appreciate the comparisons. It's actually helpful, kind of not benchmarking, but putting it into context. I know that, in past when we've talked about when does like that date where the head count happens, where we calculate FTES. I'm assuming for this semester that's already happened. I would love if maybe in the next month if we can get a sense of what the numbers look like for us for this semester. That's just a question for next time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I have a question on retention. So along with those lines of numbers for headcount, what is our retention of students? Partly that came from conversation with students about their student experience. And what was shared with me was that, when Emmanuel talked about business, he talked about students being the clients and that the students being customers. And so whether it's next month or the following month, if you can talk a little bit about student retention and student experience, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have the marketing campaign with Angel City Football Club.
Good evening. David's telling me I should tell you we're going to do this in less than 40 minutes, and we'll stay away from lease-leaseback tonight, so just, bear with us here. My name's Alex Bucklehead. I'm the special assistant to the superintendent president. To my left is David Steinman, our director of marketing. We're here to talk about our marketing programs, and specifically with a information item for possible action related to a partnership with Angel City Football Club. And we'll dive right in. We've got some other partners here that are going to jump in from time to time. So we wanted to talk about marketing at Pasadena City College and what that looks like. And so we're just going to do that. First of all, when the Office of Strategic Communications and Marketing was founded about 8 years ago, we came into a space that was a little unsophisticated in its marketing program. We had a lot of semester-specific surges in marketing, but nothing steady. We had a lot of reactive actions, but nothing proactive that you'd call a marketing strategy. Our work was limited by geography. We were holding ourselves pretty closely to our own district. And then I think most importantly, we were sort of stuck in a back-of-the-bus mentality. We use that metaphor because a lot of times with community colleges, you see them taking up ad space on the back of transit buses because it's very cheap and it's very cost-effective. But at the same time, it sort of relegates you literally and metaphorically to the cheap seats as far as that's concerned. And so we really wanted to come in and kind of change that up. And we also had a minimal consistent marketing budget at that time. So once we moved forward with the strategic marketing program about 6 years ago, we were able to identify some braided funds from different places on campus to do some sophisticated marketing, and really then came in for a 3-year plan by selecting a marketing partner in the form of Perceptive, who we have a couple of representatives here tonight. They're going to take you through some stuff here in a second. This was our first chance to do something a little bit more comprehensive, a little bit more proactive. It integrated our efforts across print, digital, social media, and out of home, which is also buses and shelters and billboards and things like that. It gave us the ability to have standard brand messaging for the whole entire year. All year long, we were able to put messages up talking about PCC and communicating our brand pillars, but then also send forward some specific pulses around terms to drive enrollment. And it really gave us a chance to claim some ground we had lost in our district for PCC. People knew who we were. People knew that we were a college. They had a lot of connection to us, but they didn't know what we stood for. And this was our chance to kind of do so in a big, bold, bright way. And you can see from the art here, we did try to move off the back of the bus, primarily, literally, by wrapping the bus. We took over the bus. We took the bus instead of sitting at the back of the bus. And we were glad to be able to do so and make that kind of splash with the work we started about 6 years ago. Our goals were to own the district that we were in and then push our own boundaries. And we've been doing so ever since. So David will take this next slide.
Yeah, so now this was our next iteration. We established ourselves back in the community. Now how do we take it a little bit further? How can we break away? We don't want to look like anybody else as a community college. We want to look different. We want to look like a four-year. As Alex said, we don't take the back of the bus. That's for rear-end colleges. We're not that. We stand out. We're special. So that's what we want to show. And so we kind of looked at our DNA of who we are as Pasadena City College. And one of the things that comes up is our commitment to social justice and how we break barriers. When you think of barrier breakers, you think of Jackie Robinson first. But we have so many, Jaime Escalante, Larry Shinoda, Dustin Lance Black, right? So we have no shortage of Octavia Butler, right? It just keeps going. But it's not just about the people who are household names. It's about our students, who are the first in their family to break that barrier. It's about that single mother. So it spans everywhere. And so what we want to do is put a spotlight on our students, on our staff, on our faculty. And so you've probably seen these, around town, hopefully, or on your computers. So you can see, this doesn't look like other community colleges. We stand out. We get recognized for it. Yeah, and now let's talk about our media strategy, because we don't just throw things at the wall. We actually have to sit and we plan things out methodically. And speaking methodically, I would like to introduce Craig Reddick and Dave Schwartz from Perceptive.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Before I talk about this media plan, I want to say that I'm a proud resident of South Pasadena.
Yay.
And also a proud dad of a 9th grader at the high school in South Pass. And he is taking a class at PCC.
Awesome, yay.
So thank you for what you're doing for my community and for my family. What you see here on your screen is a bit of an eye chart, but I'll try and take you through at a high level at what this is. The gold bars represent brand messaging that is in the community throughout the year. The cardinal bars at the bottom are these pulses that Alex referred to. And from a marketing standpoint, we think of that as a heavy up period. So the cardinal bars represent registration periods. And you were essentially doing triple the weight of marketing messages that are out there in the community. The type of mediums that we have in place right now are television spots. We have programmatic online advertising, search advertising, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We have outdoor up, 14 by 48 large outdoor boards. We are wrapping that bus again, but also owning the bus internally with all the internal cards. And that will be a bus that goes throughout central Los Angeles, all the way down Colorado Boulevard, terminating at PCC. We're also doing bus kiosks as well. So there's no shortage of getting the message out there. The two numbers I want to draw attention to on the left side of the screen are offline and online impressions. Over the course of a year, we have over 21 million offline impressions that are created by all that outdoor. Online is over 28 million. So the next number of slides I want to try and quickly go through are something that hopefully you all will be extremely proud about, because we are. The campaign is about the PCC community. It's about the alumni. It's about the students. It's about the faculty. And it's about the idea that from PCC, you can go anywhere. You can do anything. So let's see how we brought that to life. what you're seeing here is a planetary geologist that works at JPL that started at PCC. We had to get her approval to do this video, and she said, I have one change. We originally had audio from Houston, Mission Control, and she said, that's not my audio. And she said, I'm going to send you my audio. And that's the audio of her satellite circling Jupiter. And it started at PCC. The next one gets a little more granular of what a PCC education can do for a student. So it's the idea that PCC, that we're with you every step of the way, right, with a success coach, and making our audience aware of that. The next two things you're going to see are animated online banner ads that are pushing spring and summer registration. You see some quantifiable data about what PCC can provide, free laptops, $200 bookstore credit, things like that. So it's not only qualitatively why PC is the right place for you, but also quantitatively as well. This second one on the right is for a certificate. And then what you see are just a bunch of stills of other ads that are out there that talk about the amazing students that are at PCC, whether it's a Paralympic athlete, a student that has moved on to MIT, or the ever ubiquitous Ryan Liu, that is a Yale and Oxford graduate and started at PCC. What you're seeing here are two snapshots of non-credit outdoor. That's those 14 by 48 large vinyl boards. These are across the street from non-credit. And these tout things like ESL, job training, high school diploma. We have also gone way beyond wrapping that bus. We have wrapped the Gold Line train. And so you see here the entire train wrapped both sides, and then a close-up shot of one of the entrances. We're also not on the sides. We're not on the back, we're on the side. A thing called a bus king. And those are strategically running across different streets in district and out of district. Here is a sampling of bus kiosks that are rotating around the city. We are also very cognizant of our current student body, and they are our best advocates, right? So take advantage of every opportunity. We're doing some construction on campus, so we're doing construction mitigation signage, and that's our work as well. There's also something we call super graphics, as well as pole banners. Pole banners, the three images on the right, those are circling campus. You've probably seen those. These are just three samples of many that are up. The image on the left, that is some fancy Photoshop work at our firm. But this will show you that in less than a week from now, that will be up on C Building. And so the super graphics will continue to be put up throughout campus to further support the campaign. All this work that we've taken you through is just a small sampling of what's out there in the community. Everything is funneling back to the Pasadena.edu website. You see a large banner on the home page. Click on that. That then takes you to all the different stories of these students that have been on their journey that started at PCC and have gone on to success. At the bottom, you see those 6 boxes. That gives you the quantitative data of why PCC is the right place for you. Talking about the success coach, talking about number 1 in transfer, things like that. So everything that we're doing is also based on data science, and there's a lot of different things we're doing to make that advertising work as hard as possible. We're geographically targeting our audiences in district and out. We're doing it through ethnicity, through age, through content-based placements, right? Through lookalike placements. We know what our student body looks like. We can then take that data and then mirror it to prospective students. We're also looking at geo-targeting, where you can go down to zip code, even down to individual household or cell phone, to target different prospective students. We've also done that at certain events for PCC, where we essentially put a fence around an event and just geo-target the advertising just to that event. Retargeting, that's if a prospective student sees a banner ad, goes to PCC's website, exits out for whatever reason. We then follow them with retargeting. I'm sure you've all had that experience with some of your website journeys. We're also doing some very sophisticated things with IP addresses. So this is the thing you see up on the top of this page on the right is Black Student Success Direct Mail. That's not old school direct mail, that's on demand. So when a prospective student that we're targeting for that postcard goes to a certain page within the PCC website, in real time, with a 70% hit rate, they are then receiving a physical postcard mailed to them. And then that then in turn gets the 50% response rate of getting them back to the PCC website. So what you see here on these pages are some campaign metrics. We're looking at year-over-year data from 2022 to 2021. And we're seeing 1.8 million new visitors coming to the PCC website. We're seeing a 54% increase in page views. On the right, you see a couple of screen caps of top 10 markets. And we're seeing a 30% increase of in-district and out-of-district traffic. New versus returning visitors to the site, we're seeing a 21% increase in new visitors. The world, no surprise, is going more mobile. We're seeing a 33% increase in mobile use, so we need to be cognizant of that from a marketing standpoint. The one on the right is really interesting to us, and I think this really supports increasing efforts around CTE. And that from a visitorship standpoint, we're getting a little older. We're seeing a decrease in 18 to 34, but conversely, an increase of 35 to 54. We also wanted to benchmark how we're doing against the state as a whole. And we can say that year over year, our data says that there's been a 2% increase at community colleges statewide. But for PCC, it's been 11%. So I think the numbers are telling us that we're going in the right direction.
I'm sorry, before you move on.
Yeah.
Can you go back one slide really quickly?
Sure.
For that enrollment increase number, that is year over which year?
It's 2023 versus 2022.
2023 versus 2023.
And that is specifically for spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Now I'll turn it over.
So to piggyback on that question, this is certainly a lot of work in terms of producing the videos, producing the plan, and certainly you're tracking. And I appreciate the fact that you're tracking enrollment increase, because at the end of the day, the outcome is how are we going to increase enrollment, right? And so,
100%.
So while it's terrific to have the 28 million impressions and 21 million, what I would be interested in would be, can we continue the rate of growth with the year-over-year enrollment increase, even though it's 2% statewide and 11% at PCC? What is the projected growth rate for the next, for the duration of the campaign?
I will tell you that the becoming older data on the right, it's something I want us to all really look at, because I do think CTE is something we really need to watch. And I think we are getting older, And I think we do need to be cognizant of that and make sure that, from a funding standpoint, that we're supporting those programs appropriately and that we're marketing them appropriately. So that's something important that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so it's also not just us working in a vacuum. So we work hand in hand with outreach, marketing enrollment, and we discuss where our objectives are and what we need to do and how we need to grow not just serve our community, but how can we reach outside of our community? How can we bring people to our campus so they can learn about our services and then what we have to offer? And then how can we go out into the community as well and participate in different events and get our brand out there, and then also collect data and then market to anybody that's interested in Pasadena City College. So we've been intentional about some of our outreach events. I think a lot of you have attended Festival Latinx, Black Family Outreach. But this is not something that we can do. Oh, sorry. And then we have some upcoming events that we are working on right now. So upcoming, we are going to be a pretty big sponsor for the 626 Night Market. We have an LGBT event in the community and also Older Americans Month. But I would like to introduce our partner, Alianza, whose specialty is Latinx marketing. Mario Casina.
Thank you, David. Buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. Pleasure of being here tonight. I'm going to talk about the 3 projects that we collaborated with Pasadena City College. One of them being the Festival Latinx. We did it like about a year ago, and I see some familiar faces that attended that festival. A great festival. So basically what we did is we leveraged soccer to raise awareness about Pasadena City College. So we were very aggressive. We invested in several media. We have a TV spot, we have radio spot, YouTube ads, social ads, and also participated on like big grassroots events where we not only were promoting the soccer game, but we were also promoting Pasadena City College. I was really impressed by looking at the LED trucks that we had outside the stadium, outside the LAFC stadium, outside the Galaxy Stadium. Also being part of big Hispanic venues that they hold more than 20,000 people. We had on campus, and some of you remember, we had Telemundo here, Univision, and they made a report on the game, but also on Pasadena City College. So great event. Also, we brought to campus a couple of clients that we have, one of them being Takis Snack and Tampico, which are very relevant to the Hispanic community. So that helped us a lot. That was before the event. Now the week of the event, I was glad to see a lot of people coming into campus and have the opportunity to talk with the students and also see the facilities that we have. We had the mayor of Pasadena here doing the coin toss, and more important, we created a database of more than 2,000 people, which are considered very solid leads that we want to bring them and increase the number of students that we have on campus. And just real quick, just to finish this, we participated on a couple of big, massive events. One of them being Fiestas Patrias, which is the biggest Mexican heritage celebration in Los Angeles. More than 20,000 people attending the event. So basically what we did is we took the PCC campus out to downtown LA. And we want to continue to do that. As Alice and David said, we just don't want to be the brand that is on the back on the bus. We want to be all over Los Angeles to increase the enrollment numbers. we took advantage and raised awareness on the Rompiendo Barreras campaign on that event. And if that was not enough, we also participated on a very popular event for the Latinx community, which is called Calibas. They've been doing this festival for 16 years. It's sold out at Crypto Arena, previously called Staples Center. So I was really happy by getting more than 900 entries because we did a Register to Win. We're Registered to Win campaign where we were encouraging consumers to register to win tickets to see Calibash. And the day of the event, it was amazing. We had a 10x10 booth promoting PCC, capturing information about people. And then on top of that, we had, if you see the screen on the left-hand side, we have the spot that we just ran about PCC that was run during the night in front of sold-out crowd. So more than 30,000 people saw that advertising. So at the end of the day, one of the things that I want to accomplish, and I share this with Alex and David, in our agency, we did, I think we did a pretty good job with takis, position takis, as when people in the Hispanic community thinks about the snack, they think about takis, or when they think about beer, they think about Modelo beer, which are one of our clients. So what we want to do is, at the end of the day, is when they think about college, they think about Pasadena City College. Thank you.
And so I just want to reiterate that when we're doing this marketing work, we're not only spreading good, positive stories about PCC as broadly as we can to millions of impressions, we're also trying to capture data at every turn, whether that's through the out-of-home or the display advertising, but also through online, and also through all these other points we have where we actually interact with people. A big part of why we're on the ground at these events is that we can meet people and capture their information and then come back to them later and talk about PCC, do further marketing to them. So on this screen, we just have a few examples of all the different touch points we have through marketing and through other offices we work with on campus to be able to do that touch point work. And this really also does drive home how much we are integrated with the rest of the campus. It's not just that we're working on our own in marketing. We really are trying to drive orientation, FYE pathways, counseling, outreach, recruitment, all the other offices we interact with. David is constantly talking to other people on campus about good ideas that we can do. This is a little bit about our target population, just again to reiterate that. The in-district population is crucial. We want to make sure they know who we are and that we come up first, but then our out-of-district population is vital to our future. We need to go further and be able to talk to the whole entire community of Southern California. You'll see on the right a heat map of where our students come from. This first example is all students. If I press the button, you'll see a slight change, talk about new students. We can then look at where we are looking at 17 and under students. And then just to pick a specific ethnicity, we can target this heat map to a bunch of different characteristics of the students we work with. And then again, just to drive home the point, we do work to promote the whole college. We talk about credit and non-credit. We talk about degrees and certificates. We talk to traditional and non-traditional students. It's a big job for us to pursue because there are so many touch points we have, but fortunately there's a lot of good stories too. Just to show you again, we sort of have a three-tiered thing here. We have the awareness part of our work, which is the broad-based marketing campaigns. We have the analytics that we talked about, all the data we get, and then we've got the engagement on the ground. So this turns us to the proposal in front of us, which is Angel City and PCC. We're going to give you a little bit about Angel City really quickly, and then we're going to move to just some points about this particular agreement.
Before you move on, Alex.
Yes, beautiful people.
Yes?
Before you move on, I have a really quick question about ethnic media.
Sure.
Because we know now that the majority of population, especially in ethnic communities, get their information from ethnic media now. What is the approach in thinking about working with media, ethnic media? I know that you mentioned Univision, Telemundo. What about other media partners?
David can speak to that.
We have a deal with the World Journal, so we are able to promote our offerings in Mandarin. We're also in the Pasadena Black Pages and Journal as well. So we want to make sure that we're hitting as many communities as possible.
Thank you.
So again, this is just a brief little bit about Angel City football for folks who don't know about them.
Yes, beautiful people. Do you know what's better than putting on for your city? Is your city putting on for you?
We at Angel City Football Club are thinking differently about football. This is not just a game. This is bigger than a game. We want to build an organization where mission and capital can coexist, and that started from day one.
LA's new soccer team, a star-studded group of women investors creating the largest female lead ownership group in professional sports.
It really does raise the profile.
People want to watch great stories, they want to watch great talents.
Angel City's looking to win and flip the culture of soccer upside down.
They're putting an emphasis on better pay, supporting players, and of course, winning.
Our mission is to have a positive impact on the Los Angeles community, to lead toward positive change, and to bring community together.
We're playing for something that's bigger than, the game on the field. We're playing for what this club symbolizes.
You're going to see our team and our amazing supporters doing their best to make as much impact as we can in the community.
We have this platform and our community is our priority. We can be an example for other teams, other leagues, and everyone around the world.
We believe in it, not just because we played, but because of all the women who came before us that laid the groundwork.
This is our legacy to help continue to grow the game, to grow the sport, and we can't think of a more fabulous place to do that.
We're going to be giving the fans what they deserve, and that is, and listen closely, the best women's soccer team on the earth. I said what I said.
Angel City FC to get the #1 pick in the NWSL draft.
Angel City FC select Alyssa Thompson.
We love greatness in sports. And when we think of the sport of soccer, the most popular sport in the world, it's women who have carried the crown, and now we're giving them the stage they deserve.
There she goes! Angel City earns its wings!
We are Angel City! And let's go LA!
Go!
LFG.
It's an exciting new day.
Angel City represents something massive. It's about progress and equity and inclusion in sport and beyond.
So as we mentioned, PCC is special, right? We don't do things that other schools do. And we have an amazing opportunity right now to really break ground. So as the marketing, the specialists, the people who think about this stuff all the time, how we can get into new markets, how we can grow beyond our district, this is where I think we should head. And so what we can do is we can get in the arena, right? First off, we have LED advertising that elevates our brand and puts us on par with brands that you're familiar with, whether it's Gatorade, Chevrolet, Sprouts, DoorDash, but products that you use. It's not like Joe's Jewelry. These are legitimate brands, and we are on par with them in people's minds when they see that zipping across the stadium. We will have the ability to have our students as co-branded Pasadena City College, Angel City FC ambassadors. So when you walk into the stadium, that's who you see first, is our students. We have, before you get into the stadium, we have a Fan Fest booth, and which we've talked about with outreach about how we want to theme that out, per game. It could be non-credit, could be CTE, could be, financial aid. Whatever the theme is, it doesn't always have to be just general Pasadena City College. So we have a way to get eyeballs, and I think this is one of the most hottest brands that exists right now. Last year was their first year. It's an amazing ownership group who is very active. They're socially justice active, and that aligns with who we are. And just the hype that this team has, especially women's soccer as a whole, as we head into the World Cup this summer. They have, as mentioned, an 18-year-old, Harvard Westlake right now. She's still in high school. She's their #1 pick. She scored on their first game, and she got called up to the Women's World Cup team. This is who we want. When we see her score a goal, we want Pasadena City College behind her. That earned media is huge. And I can tell you as a sports fan, I watch sports. And I can tell you that Johnson Community College is the college in Kansas or Missouri that is behind home plate at the Kansas City Royals game, because that's what you see on TV and that's what they see in the stadium. And I think this does something that other community colleges absolutely do not get. Okay, so we can talk about. Yeah, let's tag it.
I'll take it. So just to run through some of the fundamentals, they play games at BMO Stadium, which is Exposition Park. It's a short drive from our district, as you can see from this map. They have about 19,000 attendees per game. They have a season of about 28 games, so 14 at home every year. They have 16,000 season ticket holders, and Pasadena, Glendale, South Pass, and Altadena are the top cities that are season ticket holders, so it's an audience that we're very familiar with. And they have an active fan base in their area. They have watch parties. They have, what do they call them? The
Ultras.
The Ultras. They've got draft parties at Underdogs. They're in our community. They're very local. Just again, with that heat map, this is just an overlay of their season ticket holders in the San Gabriel Valley and our students in our area too. So you can see there's a real correlation there. Demographically, they align with us. We're really happy to see that 64% of their season ticket holders have only a high school diploma. There's an opportunity there to get some work done. And then 60% of them have children in the household. So that's another way for us to reach out and talk to these folks. And then beyond what would happen in the stadium, there is a real on-campus interaction component to this partnership. We would be able to benefit from Angel City executives, some of the folks who are working with the people we saw in that video, to come to campus and do career talks and introduce our students to the future of sports that they're trying to charge out there and do. We would be able to have their street team come to PCC women's soccer games and hype up the work and get their own networks activated around our soccer teams here. We would be able to have the players talk to our athletes. And then just again to reiterate, we have a progressive, historic, women-owned team that really aligns with our mission, vision, and values, and it can inspire our students. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Good evening, Pasadena City College Board of Trustees. I'm Angela Hucles-Mangano, General Manager of Angel City Football Club.
And I'm Catherine Davila, Head of Community for Angel City.
We are so sorry that we can't be there with you tonight. We likely just kicked off our match as you are watching this, just a few miles away at BMO Stadium.
And even though we can't be there in person, we wanted to tell you all how excited our team is about the partnership that we've been working on with David, Alex, and your incredible team at PCC. Community is at the core of everything we do, and over the last 3 years of building Angel City, we've developed a strong community and a fan base that includes over 16,000 season ticket holders and 6 supporter groups, many of whom live right there in Pasadena and Glendale area. In fact, we host watch parties near you regularly, and we are so excited about the opportunity to engage more with your campus and your students through our partnership.
And now, as a former U.S. Women's National Team member and professional player myself, I know firsthand the opportunities that weren't offered during my time as a player that we are constantly striving to provide to your players and staff. One thing we love about this partnership is the opportunities that we will create to allow your students to learn firsthand from our front office and be integrated into our game day as a part of the ACFC Welcome Crew.
And as with all of our partnerships, we give back 10% of every dollar that comes in through our partners to benefit our impact pillars of equity, essentials, and education. We are so excited about the opportunity to support the LGBT Center of Los Angeles and their workforce development program with PCC. We really aren't your average professional sports team. We're here to integrate into our community and create real change through real impact, and would love to partner with you all to do that as well.
We appreciate you all giving us just a few minutes to say hi and be a part of your meeting tonight. We would love to have PCC join the Angel City family.
And we look forward to hosting you all at an Angel City match very soon.
Oh, there we go. So just to run through again some key points here. It's a very high quality partnership with some great potential. We get some new audiences in a very high profile setting. It works with our marketing strategy, given that it is mass market, attention grabbing outreach, and also on the ground event-based work with some real good data components to it. There are really wonderful opportunities for student involvement, and it aligns with our core values. So on that note, we're happy to take some questions and even possibly entertain a motion if you care to. Thanks.
Any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I like to see a proposal as to how much this will be on a yearly basis, the duration of the agreement, and also commitments from this league to actually do the things that they are promising that they're going to do. So when they agree to come on campus, they're going to do career talks. I like to see it in writing,
Mhm.
such that it's an actual commitment. And so would you be able to show that like the RFP or the proposed agreement?
The agenda items tonight has the breakdown of cost and the
okay.
engagement, so that'll give the information you're looking for there. As far as the term sheet, we've been in conversations with them now for probably 4 or 5 months about the terms that would be part of this agreement. So upon approval, we'll be able to execute that, and it has all that we've described tonight.
Let me just say that when David and Alex first brought this to my attention, I was a little skeptical about the type of partnership. And part of this was to understand the partnership and the team itself. So I appreciate very much the thorough presentation, on this, letting us know about the demographics that this potential partnership can serve. And certainly, I think embedded in this, the overall marketing strategy and how this fits with that. I appreciated seeing the entirety of where the marketing plans are going and how this can be integrated. What I'm really excited about is that this is supporting women-owned business and also women of color. I think oftentimes the number one barrier for women-owned businesses is access to capital, access to this type of sponsorship. So this is really exciting, and I appreciate the hard work that, and maybe some, lost sleep time that David, you may have had in putting this together. So once we get the RFP or the term sheet, we can definitely put this on the agenda for May. Thank you.
It's actually on the agenda this evening, so with possible action. So you can make a formal motion to approve. The contract has gone through our purchasing area in terms of the negotiated pieces, along with Alex and David in terms of the pieces that fit and have been described here tonight. That's all covered in those pieces. And so if there is a desire by the board, you can motion to approve and then second and then vote on it.
Any question?
I have
John?
a question. Yeah, so obviously this contract has a lot of residual benefit around it beyond student attendance. Potential exposures to good experience for students, greater relationships, all the education that could come from executives, et cetera. I'm going to just politely lay that all aside for a moment. Love the concept we're talking about, but let's just get it down to raw attendance just for purposes of discussion. So round up, say 200,000 a year. How many additional students or how many additional FTE, and break that down into how many additional students attending a standard class, would we need to generate from this to make back our $200,000? And I don't know if you can do the math in your head, because I'm trying to remember what an FTE is, and then I'm trying to remember how many hours of instruction that is, and I can't do that sitting here tonight now, but maybe somebody closer to it can.
It's minimal.
Ballpark.
It's minimal. The yearly contract is $165,000 with a 5% escalator every year. That's a very small number of contact hours that we would need to achieve the FTS to cover that number.
A ballpark number like X number of new students in a class versus, or something would give it a context for me.
I mean, less than 100. I mean, it's very, very small, given the other sort of marketing issue. I mean, this is an entire really strategic plan that you laid out today that has hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of institutional funding that go to support it each year. This piece is a fraction of that. It's probably less than 1%.
So if this without all the other benefits and associations and all that, can generate, sounds like closer to 75 new student contacts a year, it paid for itself.
Essentially, yeah. And to be clear, there was a question from the board during the question period about contacts, sort of along these lines. And just as an example, we are optimistically, or I think realistically thinking that with a street team in place at each of these games, right, attendance of 19,000 people, we can walk away with 500 to 1,000 solid leads every game. And over 14 games a year, that math is going to be very promising for us.
Yeah, so it has, and no guarantees, of course, but it has great...
It's good potential.
Good business model potential, putting all the other educational things that we're really here for aside.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Silver.
Oh, and by the way, earlier when I talked about that managerial accounting thing, that was part of it.
Oh, I wanted to say that we're not looking about students today or tomorrow, but a generation of little girls who play soccer, love soccer, look up to those soccer stars. It's future. I think we would swoon, we would fall on our swords if we saw Mount Sac grab the sponsorship and leave us in the dark.
I appreciate that.
I do have the answer to your question. It is 40 FTES.
Thank you.
Trustee Wine.
First of all, thank you for this extremely thorough presentation. And David, your outfit change probably did more to sway me than anything. No, great choice though.
We could do a latergram after.
Okay. That the numbers, Alex, I think that you were just saying about the contacts that we may get per game, and then of course what VP Jones just said in terms of the 40 FTS, that's honestly extraordinarily convincing, and I think that sizzle reel was also very convincing. Clearly, I am moved by advertising because that sizzle reel really did help me. But more importantly, just the context of, you know, the type of engagement that we're doing here, what that return looks like for us in the long term, and the benefits that we have for our students. So I appreciate this, and I would actually make a motion to approve.
I have one question.
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is PCC the only community college that they are we an exclusive sponsor?
Upon approval, we will be the exclusive community college partner of Angel City Football Club.
Okay. And that's why it's a 4-year sponsorship.
Correct. And they do have one other educational partner.
sorry?
They do have one other education partner, but it's not a community college. It's Cal Lutheran, because that's where they train. That's their training grounds.
Okay, so it's a private college, so it's not a competitor that we would see as a competitor.
It ain't Mount Sac.
And just to put it in perspective too, like Los Angeles Football Club, the men's side, they have an exclusive with the University of Phoenix, right? So,
So under the term sheet, how many times will they be coming on campus per school year?
so they will come and hype up one of our games a year, where they'll activate their whole community network, all the local youth soccer, local high schools, to bring attention here for that one game. They'll also offer us 2 executives a year that we can use for career panels or questions or however we see fit.
Thank you.
My question is that this is a 4-year deal, right? If we look at it for the second year, we'll give it 1 year and then we'll have a second year. Is there a way to assess whether we're going to be successful going into the second year, and then if it's not what we anticipated, how are we able to amend the partnership in the third year or in the fourth year?
I think we'd have to see, as long as we're meeting the terms and we're getting what we think out of the deal. So it is a 4-year commitment. I can say we've already missed a couple months of the first year. And so, I would not want to lose any more of the season if possible.
Sure.
As it continues to build.
Yep. My question really is around, you have confidence that what they're going to deliver is going to be what we need.
I believe so. And in fact,
Okay.
what I also failed to bring up today, and I'm sorry, but they also are doing an HBO documentary this year on the team. So it's just their stature continues and continues to build. So just by the numbers of the folks attending, and it's just a numbers game, how many inquiries that we are able to get and then remarket to, retarget, and then get into our ecosystem, I feel fairly confident that we can meet that FTE goal.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Trustee Osterling.
Just a quick procedural question. This is listed as an information item. It does say with possible action.
Right.
And I'm just curious how that works.
So the board can choose. So the informational item with there with possible action allows you to make a motion for approval.
Which has already been done, correct?
So there is a motion on the floor and a second. And so if we're ready to call for a vote, then we can do that. Trustee Chan? Aye. Trustee Wang?
Aye.
Trustee Kwan?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Gibson? Aye. Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
And aye. Congratulations. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have another information item. McDougall.
So this is information with possible action. I did send along the information. This is the contract that we have talked about in the past. It is a name change, and it is necessary because we need to pay bills for charges that we've incurred. And this is a contract that actually has already been authorized by the board at their August or July 2022 meeting. So the services of this law firm have already been authorized. This is just a name change because the two law firms merged.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
Is this authorization only to pay outstanding invoices, or is there an intent to continue to engage them in the future? One of the concerns I have is I looked into this firm, and my two main concerns is, number one, they are not from our local area, and they're from San Diego, and there are a lot of law firms in Los Angeles County that specialize in public sector law. And I would like to see local hiring. The second is it lacks diversity. It does not have any black lawyers. It doesn't have Latinx lawyers. I don't see sufficient diversity. I don't think it reflects the values of our college. And so my question is it only to approve our current outstanding invoices? Or is there an intent to continue their services in the future?
The intent is to continue their services in the future, and the information that was sent to the board was designed to explain the services that we have received from the two lawyers, Randy Erickson and Joshua Taylor, over the last 4.5 years. And so the intent is to continue with the contract that was approved by the board in July of 2022. This is a name change.
Is it possible to pay the firm for the work that they have done up to this point?
Without passing this, without passing the name change, no, it is not.
Is it possible to amend the motion to approve only to the extent necessary to satisfy our outstanding financial obligations only?
Vice President Blazinski, would you like to address that?
So we have done we've done business with this firm for 4.5 years with no issues as it relates to the DEI component. We did do at one time, when the board asked for this information, from this firm, and it was the only firm they asked for it for. There was a demographic information presented to the board. As all law firms have been experiencing, especially the smaller ones, they've been experiencing a lot of turnover by the larger firms that have. So Mr. Erickson's firm did have representation from all areas at the time when we hired him. He's just been unable to maintain that because that's the reason why he had to merge with the larger firm. To address the issue of out of area. That has not been a concern. Actually, we get better service from Mr. Erickson than we do our local firms or any other firms that we do business with as it relates. We've done business as far as their travel time, for example. They're the only law firm that doesn't charge us for travel time and or work when they're here. As far as price point goes, for a firm that's out of San Diego, it's the lowest bid that we've ever received as far as legal counsel goes. And most of their costs are at the mandated cost rate, which is significantly lower because they've helped us with our collective bargaining. So from a quality, an assurance, a response time, the deliverables are impeccable. I think the work towards diversity has been there when it was his own firm. And so the need to hire an attorney in from the local area that costs at least $100, if not more dollars per hour seems to be.
And I just want to offer that we haven't evaluated the law firms that we use according to whether or not they charge for travel. But if we did that, I think the board would be surprised by the difference in the amount of cost of travel expenses that are incurred. And so I don't think that should be a determining factor for using this law firm.
And as most attorneys know, most attorneys lately, including some of the firms we're very familiar with on the board, have out-of-state, and not out-of-state, but out-of-city clients as well. So that doesn't seem to be a deterrent for service delivery.
Trustee Wang.
What year does this current contract go to?
I believe it's 2025.
Correct.
That's correct. So the name change is what? The amount of the proposal or the contract hasn't changed. It is just the name change of the firms because they merged in January. So we already have, in essence, a contract with Erickson. Mm-hmm. It's just the name change. The price point has not changed.
Is there a amended motion on this, or we're going to do a roll call vote? I do like to comment that there are concerns with some of the services of this firm that we can't disclose due to attorney-client privilege that I have. I mean, I'm not speaking on behalf of the other board members. So I would like to amend the motion that we pay for the invoices up to the point of their work at this time.
We currently have retained one of his attorneys and his firm to do the work that you were speaking about regarding the case you're talking about. So that is ongoing work, and they are still employed. So I'm not sure.
Are you suggesting that we fire the attorney so that we stop paying for him?
No, I'm suggesting that the contract does not go to 2025, that we can amend this motion to have it be either to June of this year or to, whichever time for them to complete their current project.
Why don't we vote for the motion on the floor?
Sure. So motion on the floor is to have the firm be, to approve the name, not the name change, they changed it, so we don't have to approve it, but to approve the contract to 2025.
I think the motion on the floor is to respect their name change.
Exactly.
And the name change.
I'm surprised we have to vote on it at all if they legally presented papers to us saying there was a name change and we have a legal contract with them.
Trustee Gibson?
I'll abstain.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
And I abstain. So the motion does not pass.
The abstentions go with the
Yes.
majority vote, so it would pass.
It passes.
Association at the March meeting was dissemination 4 and 2 and 8 the Board of Trustees. It is evident that there are classified on this campus that collectively share the same thoughts and concerns, which have with you following statements that summarize the overall trends from our survey. Employee said, people have stepped down from positions of power for much less than what was said in the actions of more than one board member. On a different topic, it might be a good idea to look into appointees of oversight committees for potential conflicts of interest or overlapping business interests to those of the board members. This isn't a good look for the current board, and this whole affair just makes my stomach turn. Another employee said, I think it's interesting that a lawyer, of all people, do not have an understanding of the different ethnic groups and backgrounds, and so openly lumps different ethnicities together in order to quickly move on from the subject that was brought into discussion, as if she couldn't be bothered. But I wonder what energy she would have given the subject had someone lumped in a different ethnic group with the AAPI community. I'm sure the energy would have been vastly different. This classified member goes on to say, this was heard loud and clear. The current board members are a risk to PCC, and the faculty that lobbied for their seats owe the campus an apology for putting PCC in the hands of such incompetence. It's an embarrassment. The board is the governing body of the entire district. They represent us in the campus community as well as their districts. Accountability is key. The Board of Trustees should be held accountable for their actions and choices. Lastly, I am disheartened and disgusted at the abuse of power and internalized racism that board members have shown. In closing, we would like to remind the board that classified employees assume responsibility not only for college business and student services, but for fostering a workplace climate of inclusivity for students, staff, and faculty. We demonstrate a high commitment to our individual roles at PCC, our overall institution, the students we serve, and our colleagues we work with every day. We, the classified employees at Pasadena City College, expect each of the trustees in front of me to do the same. As you reflect on your own words, behaviors, and attitudes relating to diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice at PCC and in our community, we would like to formally request a response to this report at the May Board of Trustees meeting. In your response, I hope that each of you will think about the following. What are you planning to do differently? What do you have to say to the overwhelmingly negative sentiments of distrust where individual classified employees describe workplace hostility, feeling invisible, and waning confidence in the board? Modeling leadership starts with you. Good leaders admit mistakes and propose realistic solutions. Next month is your turn to answer to this community. Board of Trustees, you can hear, but are you listening? You can listen, but are you understanding? Understand. Do you care? Board President Chen Lao, your actions speak louder than your words. Show us that you care. Thank you.
Andrew.
The work. I want you to, and that we do side with the students. And we, the management of PCC, are watching a board president lead us and our priorities away from students. That is why we feel morally compelled to voice our concerns. I also want to note that tonight I'm joined by not only our management association, but our confidential employees and some classified staff. Good evening. I'm Matt Camara, the acting board president of the Management Association. I've been at Pasadena City College for 15 years and have served under 7 superintendent presidents. Tonight, we will not be providing you with more campaign quotes from Board of Trustees President Chen Lao or Trustee Kwan, quotes that have not aged well and have proven to be hypocritical and comical at best. We won't be dignifying absurd insinuations that the Management Association was put up to this by the PCC president. We won't be revisiting Trustee Kwong's racist sentiments at the March 7th Facilities Board Committee meeting, nor the failure of the board leadership to discern between board bylaws, board policies, administrative procedures, and the shared governance process. We won't be discussing how our cost of living adjustment was indiscriminately pulled from last month's board meeting. Why? Because this was never about COLA. No, tonight's focus is about the questionable expenditures that we presented to you at the March 15th meeting and how the Board of Trustees' incompetence is expensive. We understand how some members on the current board, specifically Board President Chen Lao and the recently elected trustees, like to distance themselves from the previous board. For instance, when it comes to precedents with the collective Me Too bargaining agreements or the superintendent president's current contract, but make no mistake, the current fiscal waste and legal expenditures abuse is solely the current board's fault, specifically Board President Chen Lao. It's also worth pointing out that Trustee Chen Lao has served on both the previous and current boards. At the risk of being whistleblowers, we'd like to draw your attention to the gross misuse of public funds by our very own Board of Trustees. Even though the district already has legal representation, the board decided to inexplicably retain their own law firm, Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo, the Atkinson firm. The move has duplicated the district's legal efforts and is now costing us twice as much in unnecessary legal fees. As COVID relief funding dwindles and post-pandemic belt tightening becomes a reality, this money would have been better served supporting the very reason we are here, our students. From December 2018 to August 2022, almost a 4-year span, the Board of Trustees spent approximately $10,000 to $13,000 on attorney's fees with the Atkinson firm. These fees might have been spent on structuring the contract of our newly hired superintendent president and/or other types of consulting fees. Nothing necessarily out of the ordinary. But then something interesting happened. In late June of 2022, 3 new trustees were elected: Steve Gibson, Alton Wang, and education lawyer Christine Kwong. 1 month later, one-term trustee Sandra Chen Lau was named board president. What should be shared is that during trustee Chen Lau's first term, she failed to complete the ETP, or the Excellent in Trusteeship Program. The ETP is a program designed by the Community College League of California to help trustees fill their leadership role and responsibilities by providing a comprehensive program aligned with accreditation standards and the sound leadership principles facilitated by experienced practitioners in the field. Trustees are given 24 months to complete Brown Act and ethics training, in addition to other competencies. Board President Chen Lau is now entering her 57th month as a member of the board and has refused to complete the ETP. 3 new board members, led by an incompetent board president, have proven to be expensive for the district.
Only 2 months after Trustee Chen Lau ascended to board president, and per our Public Records Act request, PCC began to incur an unprecedented amount of legal expenditures by the board. In fact, from September 2022 to January 2023, PCC spent nearly $75,000, or approximately $18,750 per month, in legal fees to the Atkinson firm, and the spending has not stopped. We promise to share February, March, and all successive months of legal fees as soon as we receive them. What has PCC gotten in return for these massive legal expenditures? Nothing. Nothing at all. There has been no dramatic difference in anything except for the board's escalating legal expenses. And why is the board spending so much on legal fees? The answer is simple. Only an inexperienced, insecure board would need to lean on legal counsel as much as this board has. Instead of educating themselves and attending the necessary EDP training, the board leans on legal for just about everything. Trustee Gibson, you emphatically declared that the buck stops with the Board of Trustees. So can you explain why the board spent $21,374.50 in the month of October with the Atkinson firm, or $26,274 in January? Or Trustee Wang, it appears by the amount of billing hours we're paying the Atkinson firm's attorney, Irma Rodriguez Moisa, that the board is leaning on her a lot for expensive guidance. Will she be our next president, since you are using her for everything else? Trustee Kwong, didn't the Atkinson firm draft our superintendent president's original contract? Haven't you now spent at least $75,000, if not $100,000, to have the same firm figure out how to undo their own work? Board President Chen Lau, seeing that you voted in favor of canceling the winter session in October of 2020, has the Atkinson firm been able to affect the outcome of our PERB case in a way that's different than the college's legal representatives, the Erickson Law Firm, a firm that specializes in education law? Has paying 2 separate firms positively impacted the college's position? Why are we spending so much money on one law firm to duplicate the efforts of our other law firm? One can guess, because incompetence is expensive.
Board President Chen Lau, on March 23rd, you provided ColoradoBoulevard.net news outlet, not the Management Association, a response to our letter of concern. In it, you stated, the changes that voters demanded were more oversight, accountability, and transparency with decision-making. We couldn't agree more. Please be transparent with your decision-making on why you keep using PCC as your legal advice ATM machine. Incompetence is expensive. Another item that demands attention is who exactly has the new board members and board president's attention. It's the faculty. It goes without saying that our faculty members are our front line with students, and we would not have a top-ranked college without them and their life-altering skill sets. However, It's also worth pointing out that we would not have a top-ranked college without all of our caring student support services, which include our hardworking facilities and grounds maintenance staff and the dedicated people who do everything they can to keep the campus running. The issue again is with some of our burn-it-all-down faculty, like the ones who make their monthly board appearances like this earlier this evening, and claim to represent all faculty of the college. Their specific political contributions create an unavoidable conflict of interest for some of our board members. Per lavote.gov, here's a sample. Trustee Kwong's campaign's contributions, $15,000 from the PCC Faculty Association, $1,000 from Dan Haley, the former PCC faculty, and also of note is a $5,000 contribution from Trustee Sandra Chin-Lau. Trustee Gibson's campaign contributions, $10,000 from the PCC Faculty Association and $2,500 contribution from Trustee Sandra Chin-Lau. Trustee Wang's campaign contributions, $12,000 from the PCC Faculty Association, $1,000 from Dan Haley, former PCC faculty. Between three newly elected trustees, more than $45,000 in campaign contributions were received from PCC faculty or Board President Chin-Lau. To put in perspective, PCC faculty and Board President Chin-Lau's contributions to the three new board members was about $15,000 more than the total cost of former incumbent trustees Berlinda Brown and Anthony Fellows' campaigns combined. So yes, incompetence is expensive.
Although the Faculty Association probably feels some buyer's remorse, there should be absolutely no question where these new board member loyalties lie. The only question is, does this relationship violate ACCJC Standard 4C11? The standard clearly reads, the governing board upholds a code of ethics and conflict of interest policy, and individual board members adhere to the code. More specifically, board member interests are disclosed and do not interfere with the impartiality of governing board members or outweigh the greater duty to secure and ensure the academic and fiscal integrity of the institution. Board President Chin-Lau, newer board trustees, is there anything you'd care to disclose about your relationship or the potential guidance you're receiving from some of our burn-it-all-down faculty members? At last month's board meeting, we requested that you, the Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees, improved upon the following. Stop micromanaging and overstepping your boundaries and place trust in your superintendent president to lead the college. Since last month, we are still hearing accounts from our colleagues who have received direct phone calls or emails from certain trustees during non-work hours. Allow us to remind you again that you have one employee, the superintendent president. You would know this if you would have attended your necessary ETP training. Put aside your personal interests and follow the guidelines defined by the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior College and act as a collective agency. Demonstrate respect for all of our district employees equally and be open to dialogue with all of the constituent groups. As a united group, be committed to promoting and demonstrating an anti-racist culture and recognize when you have failed to do your knowledge and more ethical, transparent manner. Today, I met with and we look forward to continuing this important dialogue. Thank you. In stark contrast, our meeting earlier this week with Board President Chin-Lau did not go as well. Our sincere hope was to reopen dialogue and address our concerns. Instead, it pains us to say that the meeting was a resounding failure. And now we've done a complete 360. Board President Chin-Lau, your circular reasoning has left us in the exact same dizzying spot we were in before. Our concerns have still been woefully ignored, and we have yet to see any real progress. Therefore, in solidarity, the Management Association requests the following. 1, Return to the traditional Board of Trustee rotation for executive officers that you abandoned this past July. Previously, trustees would cycle through the executive officer roles, taking on experience. New trustees who rotate onto the Board of Trustee executive need to complete the Excellence in Trusteeship program, the ETP. Most of these recent issues might have been avoided had our current trustee president participated in the training herself. Number 3, finalize and extend the superintendent's president contract to 2025 in accordance with what was decided by the board in 2022. You have broken, and most likely you have not honored the satisfactory report and treatment superintendent president will most likely result in a future costly legal settlement for the district. Incompetence is expensive. Number 4, the agenda review process should consist of 3 Board of Trustee officers in consultation with the superintendent president. This will ensure that the college's business items are appropriately discussed and not censored. The current practice of only 1 board member deciding on approving agenda items is authoritative and censorship. Number 5, finally, we ask that Board President Sandra Chen Lau resign immediately. Trustee Chen Lau, you ran on a campaign promise to build a strong working relationship between the trustees and the superintendent president, to restore stability, morale, and civility on campus, and practice fiscal responsibility. That promise is obviously a lie. Your leadership and time on the board has delivered none of these. Board President Chen Lau, you have done enough damage to Pasadena City College. Please resign immediately for the good of PCC.
Instead of focusing on teaching our Board of Trustees how to be a Board of Trustees, we should be focusing on supporting and teaching our students, our number 1 priority. An accreditation alarm bell for the Management Association has been ACC-JC Standard 5C5, where the governing board has the ultimate responsibility for educational quality, legal matters, and financial integrity and stability. Board President Chen Lau, not only have your decisions potentially put us at legal risk, but your actions have destabilized the district by creating adversarial relationships between the board and leadership, the board and the college, and the board and the community. In closing, your incompetence has had more than a financial cost. It is also costing us our college's reputation. Thank you.
Academic Senate.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Gina Lopez, the President of the Academic Senate. I would firstly like to remind the board that the only faculty members who have been voted to represent the PCC faculty at these meetings in regards to academic and professional matters occupy this seat. I would like to further encourage the board to listen to those elected to speak on behalf of the faculty rather than just those lone faculty members whose agenda is simply to disrupt, destroy, bully, and complain about the college instead of working to build the college to ensure student success. Furthermore, please know that just because a faculty member says they represent the faculty does not make it so. They do not represent the fullness of the faculty, but rather individual faculty members speaking on their own accord. With that being said, I would like to announce that I have been re-elected unopposed to serve as my second term as Faculty Senate President, along with Armia Walker as Vice President, Lindsay Ruiz as Treasurer, and Dr. Sheila Rose as Secretary. The faculty have spoken, and I would expect the Board of Trustees to respect that those voted to represent the faculty are allowed to do so. It has come to my attention that board members have taken meetings and made decisions based on the voice of one or very few faculty members without balancing those opinions with the facts that faculty leadership have been elected to provide. This is not okay. As it stands, only 2 board members have made time to meet with faculty leadership, including this president of the Academic Senate. This is disturbing, considering that faculty represent one of the largest constituency groups on campus. Again, I would encourage the board to reach out to faculty leadership that were elected to serve and speak on behalf of the faculty, especially if you have questions or concern about faculty issues. With that being said, the faculty are pleased to announce that the Academic Senate has unanimously approved PCC's first ever anti-racist policy led by our Social Justice Committee chairs, Professor Armia Walker and Professor Lindsay Ruiz. We are currently presenting this policy to all constituency groups for feedback, and we are excited to present this policy after our proper due diligence and vetting to this assembly. Our Academic Senate Scholarship Dinner is also on Monday after our Academic Senate meeting. That's a shameless plug. We have one last meeting, which is sure to be eventful, for this academic year before we are out of session. We are gearing up for the fall semester, where we will continue to focus on our goals of liberatory education and trauma-informed pedagogy. I would also like to let the board know that the Ujima and Blackademia programs are hosting PCC's first ever Black Prom, which is going to be directly after the Black Excellence Celebration. And also I would like to invite you to PCC Ujima Program's annual Rites of Passage celebration on April 27th at 6 p.m. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Chan.
So first off, thank you for all the presentation and comments tonight. Special shout out to my fellow peers and the associated students. I cannot stress more the importance of student voice. As a student trustee, I try to do my best to reflect the needs and concerns of our students. But again, I am just one person. It is so great tonight to have more student leaders to questions and to demand action. I ask that these questions raised to be taken seriously and be a part of the ongoing discussion so forth for this college. It is essential that PCC and all colleges fosters a culture of inclusivity, diversity, and respects the voices of its students. The division we display recently in our meetings and colleges creates a discouraging atmosphere and stealing the spotlight away from the important issue of student needs. It is heartbreaking that students feel disempowered and unheard because we weren't prioritized in discussion for PCC. We're not here to take sides, but to fight for our education with the quality that we were promised and so rightfully deserve. I'll conclude my report tonight by asking the college to never forget its foundation, which is to serve the students, for which nothing here can exist without the students. So I ask to prioritize us, include us, and support us during this process. Thank you.
Trustee Wang.
Thank you. First, I recognize that it's been a long meeting tonight, and I will try to keep my remarks short. I want to first appreciate all the comments that have been presented to us today. I look forward, as I have since being sworn in as trustee, to continue to engage and have conversations with all members of our community and all constituency groups. Everybody who is in this room today. I think that's an absolutely critical role that we play as trustees, and I look forward to continuing those conversations that we've already begun. I wanted to just note that Dr. Jonas mentioned a lot of the graduation celebrations and commencement that's coming up, and I'm really excited and looking forward to participating in as many of them as we can, knowing that some of them do conflict a little bit, so we will be running back and forth. I was really privileged to participate in a few events in this last few weeks. One is, as aforementioned, the Honors Scholarship Ceremony, which was a really incredible event, full of energy. Of course, also the Above and Beyond Awards. I was grateful to have the opportunity to sit on the committee that helped determine those very deserving. I mean, everybody that was nominated was deserving, but of course, the folks that were selected. I wanted to thank VP Candace Jones for giving me a quick tour of her areas a few weeks ago, helping ground the context of what powers the college and the folks sometimes behind the scenes, but very much make the college work. And one thing I wanted to close on is outside of the college, I was privileged to participate in an event weeks ago in West Hollywood that was called the Drag March. Just wanted to recognize the attacks on queer and particularly trans people in this country over, many years now, of course, but in the last few months. And I wanted to emphasize the need for these protections that as someone who is the first openly queer person elected